12. Pursuant to the Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public meeting in which we are executing various bills which we have previously heard in the Education Committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing should call 271-3600, email hts@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce staff that's supporting us today. We have Jennifer Ford, our committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are you ready to
I am.
call roll?
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Bone,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Aller,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Lakis,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Moffett,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Hobson,
Here in the committee.
Representative Andrus,
Here at home alone in Salisbury.
Representative Ford,
Here in my office in Chester, alone.
Representative Leon,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Sodi,
Here in the committee room.
Representative Myler,
Home in Kentucky by myself.
Representative Luno,
Here.
Representative Shaw here in the committee room, Representative Cornell,
Home alone in Manchester.
Representative Tanner,
Hi, here in Sunapee, New Hampshire with my rescue dog Raven.
Representative Ellison,
I'm home alone here in Concord.
Representative Mullen,
Here in the basement in Bedford.
Representative Lay,
I am here. I am home alone in Jaffrey, New Hampshire.
Representative Woodcock,
Here in Snoqualmie, New Hampshire. My wife is present and my dog will be barking at some point.
and Representative Ladd.
I'm here in the committee room.
Full committee.
Thank you very much. For an announcement, we have been accepting bills, and I want to thank the committee for getting these committee reports, minority and majority reports in, although there's a few hanging out there. I'll go through the ones which we don't have, seeing that our administrative assistant is really looking for that right now. In regard to HB 500, school food waste, I'm still looking for that was a 20-0 vote. It's on the calendar, consent calendar. I'm still looking for it from Representative Light.
Yes, I know.
Thank you. On HB 140, that's the private rights of action. That was a 12-8 vote, ought to pass. I have the majority report, but I do not have the minority report. That's Representative.
for it.
Okay, and going down on HB 319, that has to do with post-secondary civics testing. I do have the majority report, but I don't have the minority report yet from UDF. So
We'll get that to you.
okay, thank you very much. And 69, HB 69, that's the displaying the national motto in schools. We have a split vote there. The motion was not passed. It came out 10-10. So there's no recommendation. I do have the report from Representative Tanner, but I don't have the report from Representative Hobson for the that side of it. So everything else is in, and I really appreciate your getting that to me. Today, we have some bills that are coming up, and also we have several bills coming up in the Senate, which are right up over there. And the first bill, I believe that was the 110 bill, which was adequacy distribution. That was Representative Steve Smith's bill. I think he's over there testifying, so nobody's absent yet, but we will be in and out throughout the day. And I'm sure others will be in and out via the remote access. So with that, are there any questions from the committee? I don't see any hands or any questions on that. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and start accepting our bills today. The first bill up is HB 581. 581. That's a bill which deals with burden of proof in special ed hearings. So it's open right now for a motion from Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move off on Article 1 and offer amendment 0823H.
Could we make sure the microphone's operating? Because there was really
Once
hard
again,
to hear.
not aimed in the right direction. We apologize.
Thank you. Thank you.
So would you like to make that motion again? Please,
Yes, I would
Representative?
like to have to pass on House Bill 581 and offer amendment 0823H.
And is there a second? Representative Mullen, would you?
I have the second on that,
Okay, you do, yes. Okay.
perhaps.
So we have a motion on the table for the amended amendment here, ought to pass on the bill. Would you like to speak to your motion, please, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was quite a bit of discussion, good discussion on this bill last time. And I think there was a consensus that we could improve the bill by adding a study committee to look at the entire process. And so with the assistance of Representative Mullen and Representative Ford, we have put together this amendment, which I hope everyone has a copy of. And just to go through it briefly, the first section remains in terms of the burden of proof in due process hearings. And in the amendment, it adds a new section with establishing the committee. And the committee would have three members from the House and one member from the Senate. And basically the duties start out with the beginning of the process, which is the child fine requirements from IDEA. And then it goes into the actual IEP, where I think there was testimony about the IEP meetings and some things that work well in the IEP meetings and sometimes things do not work well. So that is I think a good place to look at the process and the roles of the members of the team and the actual consent that's required by parents for an IEP plan. The committee would become familiar with the IDEA requirements and also the New Hampshire process for dispute resolution. The committee would examine the supports for parents, which has certainly been an issue in testimony that we heard, and the ability of parents to know all the requirements and regulations, but what support is available for them in addition to the legal supports that are often needed for the due process hearings. Also, we would take a look at the Department of Education monitoring of the process, both IDPA and state law requirements, as well as parental complaints that are made to the department. Important will be to look at opportunities for best practices in dispute resolution. And I've already gotten some information on other states that seem to have exemplary supports for parents in due process hearings and all the way up through the complaint process. And then we would certainly take testimony and consult with parents and state agencies and other experts as required, and then develop a report with any recommendations for improving the process. And I think that that was a key thing that really the entire committee wanted to move forward on to help the situation based on the testimony we had. And the report will be required by the 1st of November of this year. So basically, that's the amendment, and I think that it does strengthen the bill, and hopefully we can have quite a bit of support in the ought to pass as amended motion.
Thank you very much. Representative Mullen, would you like to, you made the second, would you like to add anything to this?
Just to echo what Representative Cordelli has said, I think it's important for parents to recognize that the entire committee heard their plea as they came forward, and that we are all in agreement that we would like to do a deeper dive to see where the root of the problem is and how the Department of Education can assist, and what we can do as a legislative body to sort of lessen this perception that we've got a David and Goliath situation here, and work towards making sure that special education students in New Hampshire all have their needs met. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment for HB 581? Not seeing any further hands. Madam Clerk, could you please call the amendment? We're now voting on the amendment for 581. That is what's numbers on that?
0823H.
0823H.
Pass on amendment 0823H. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Bone.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Shaw. Yes. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
yes,
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Lay.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
yes,
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
20-0. Shall we put it on consent?
Well, no,
That's the amendment.
Oh, that's the amendment.
It's
I'm
early.
sorry.
Need more coffee there, Barb. Okay, we're going to go on now, and Representative Cordelli, do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to ought to pass as amended with 0823H. Just passed.
Is there a second, Representative Mullen?
Yes.
It's the motion. So we have a motion on the floor to ought to pass 581 with amendment 0823H. Madam, any discussion, further discussion? Not seeing hands, Madam Clerk.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Bone.
Yes.
Representative Aller.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andra.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
yes,
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
yes,
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
yes,
Representative Lay.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
yes,
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
20-0.
21.
Is consent okay with everybody? Or by
Yes.
everyone?
Consent is fine, yes.
Okay, thank you. Representative Lakis?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody because I think this bill is a good representative of how we should all be working together.
Thank you. I echo your comments. Chairman Ladd has left to testify in the Senate on House Bill 242. Hopefully that won't be too long. And so we can move on. And we thought the next bill that we would take up is HB 152 for cooperative school district law. And wanted to have some discussion about this before we take a motion. A number of us were talking, and it seems that as though we have bills every year on cooperative school districts. We had a study committee, I think, about 3 years ago also, and it's been a difficult topic because of the number of cooperative school districts and the differences in approach and contracts within those districts. And this bill is simpler than some, but I would look to Representative Leon. You have to hand up for a motion.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair. I would move that we retain House Bill 152.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Representative Hobson. Would you like to offer discussion, Representative Leon?
I believe that you've addressed the point that these are very unique situations. This is something where perhaps this change would benefit some cooperative school districts, but there's so many different ways that this is implemented across the state that doing this, subjecting all of the cooperative school districts to this one solution just doesn't quite seem to make sense. We should retain this, work on it, and see if we can do something that will address the broader concerns.
Thank you. Representative Hobson?
I'm also Leon.
Great. Any comments from other committee members about the retained motion on 152? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I'm surprised actually that the motion is to retain on this because it seemed that during the hearing, we heard from the sponsor, but we also heard from former member Jim Belanger speaking about the importance of it, and from the School Boards Association that this doesn't add a new wrinkle to cooperative school districts. It basically is it's an amendment to a procedure that already applies to cooperative school districts, and simply adds, I think, the condition that that when the current formula is passed, to continue doing it, that sets up the 5-year review time frame as it would if it had been amended. So, you know, I think that I guess I'm not quite sure what the issue is. You know, this isn't the hill I'm going to die on, but I don't understand the motion to retain.
Representative Shaw.
Yes, I don't understand either. This is a simple fix that's already in law, and all it does is just allow them to continue with the present contract, because the way it's stated in law, it just says that, you know, they have to change something. So what they've had to do in the past is to add $1 to the budget, or take $1 out or whatever, so that they could pass it, because it's a good agreement. They like it, they want to keep it, but the way it's stated in law, it says that they have to change something. And so all this does is take that away. And I think, I don't understand. I thought this would be a no-brainer off the pass. So it kind of confuses me too. And I know that Representative Belanger was is very knowledgeable in this area. In the past, he was always very strong education supporter and everything. And I think he knows his business very well. And he was very vehement about having this passed because it's just necessary to conduct business. So I'm surprised at the retain also. Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I worked at Kearsarge, which is a cooperative district of 7 towns. And if the formula could be revised every year, it just doesn't add continuity to the whole school district. Things have worked out really well. We've been in existence since 1970 and had a couple of changes to the formula over that time. But I think this bill should be ought to pass. It puts it in writing, kind of clarifies the current law. Thank you.
Representative
Yeah, I actually have to admit I was a little surprised we were retaining it as well, because it didn't actually change anything on the funding formulas or anything, because all it does is, like they were saying, keep them from having to make a change of $1. So what I'm wondering is if anybody knows of any school districts that any cooperative school districts that would not like this. Question.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. I would concur with the fellow speakers. Representative McGee brought this as a one-line change doesn't change a thing except make that school board more cooperative for cooperative. It saves a whole lot of town meeting snags. It doesn't do a thing except help it. And you have 2 town moderators, both spoke in favor. No one's complaining about the bill. I mean, at some point, when people bring bills to the legislature and ask for help to their own little towns, they know the issue. It doesn't hurt a thing. It makes no sense that we just retain this. You're causing a problem where it doesn't need to be.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion? I do not see any. Madam Clerk, your turn.
Yes, this is a motion to retain House Bill 152.
Can we have a real brief caucus?
Okay. We've had a request for a caucus from a representative here in the committee room. Is that okay with the people on Zoom? Representative
Yeah.
Howe?
Yes.
5 minute recess?
Yes, real quick.
Great.
Mel, do you want a caucus?
Sure.
All right, we'll drop into our room too, so disconnect from this one.
Why don't we come back at 9:35? according to my clock.
935 by the phone.
Yes,
All right, sounds good, Glenn.
great. Thank you.
struggled with it because I had been here. Much political.
Yeah, where's Bob? Yeah.
Person was under Lynch or.
Okay, we're just about set to get
But not Lynch.
back in session.
Even Craig Benson.
Getting a couple of people from the hallway.
I wasn't here. I was a New Hampshire resident. I was in East, Jesus.
I think we're set.
Someone's on a hot mic.
What?
Ah.
What's up? Can you hear us okay?
Can you hear us? Okay. Great. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to withdraw my motion.
That was the retained motion.
Yes, I'd like to withdraw my retained motion on House Bill 150.
Okay, and I have a note that Representative Thompson, you seconded that?
Yes, I'll withdraw my second.
Okay,
May I make a motion?
sure.
I'd like to move on to pass.
She got right.
Okay,
I'll second that.
okay, great. So the new motion on the floor is on to pass. And it's Representative Shaw and the second by Representative Brown. Further discussion on the on to pass amendment. Representative Shaw, do you want to say
No, I
anything
think
further?
what I stated before is a minor correction to make life easier for cooperative school board districts, and I think they have enough problems getting everybody on board, and I think that this certainly is a minor thing that we can do that helps, as the Tanner said, continuity, very important in cooperative districts unless there's some major change like a dropout or something. So past experience. That's it.
Okay. Representative Leon, did you have anything to add?
I agree that this, we might as well go ahead and pass this. It'll help out some of the school districts and it doesn't seem like it'll harm any others.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments from those out there in Zoom land? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Yes, we are moving on to pass on House Bill 152. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
sorry, Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Aller,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes,
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Mullen,
Yes.
Representative Lake,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Ladd is testifying, Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
19-0. Can you put this on consent?
Is that okay?
Yes. Fine. Yep.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, everybody. The next bill I'd like to take up is House Bill 198. Related to the section for discrimination. And I'll call on this if I could for a motion.
Mr. Chair, could you repeat the number, please?
198.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to retain House Bill 198.
I'll second that.
Representative Sodi, thank you. Representative Lakis, would you like to
Sure.
comment?
This bill, the wording of this bill was based on some federal wording and regulation. And we have decided that it could be worded differently and better, and we need to look at this issue a little longer. So we thought we'd retain it and see if we can, what we can do about it, basically.
Representative Toby, would you like to add anything?
No, I just concur with Representative Lakis on that.
Thank you. Representative Milo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Typically, when we retain a bill, there's usually support. However, this particular bill, from our caucus perspective, is so onerous that it's our intent to vote no on the retention of the bill because we believe that it should be ITL'd. This is an unusual move on the part of our caucus, but it represents, I think, the emotion that we have about the need for this bill not to pass in any form whatsoever, and even be worked on in whatsoever, because of the nature of the bill and the vast testimony that we've had from people who are in opposition to this bill, that we basically feel that the guidelines of the NHIAA, which allows for local school districts to make the determination of transgender athletes, and we support that proposition. So our caucus will be voting no on this right retention because of our feelings about the essence of this particular proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion? Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel the same way. This bill is unnecessary. It's misguided. It's misinformed. It's discriminatory, and it's dangerous. In committee, we received no report or testimony that there's any issue of safety or fairness in New Hampshire youth sports from the current inclusion of transgender athletes. We did hear testimony that this bill would deny access and inclusion of transgender girls and women in sports programs, and it would adversely affect the mental and physical health by excluding, isolating, and targeting transgender girls and women. There's no need to interfere with the current inclusion policies of 50 of our high schools and organizations like the NHIAA and the NCAA, who are the organizations that oversee the fairness and safety of sports competition in schools and currently have inclusion policies. This bill is asking us to seek an exception to our current discrimination laws. I think all New Hampshire students need and deserve protections against discrimination as defined in our statute, RSA 193:38, including gender identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tanner, and Chairman Ladd has joined us, so I'll turn the reins over.
Computer in front of you, so you ought to just.
Okay.
So I can't see a screen.
Okay, great. We'll then call on Representative Woodcock. I think you have your hand up.
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. Representative Tanner's words were eloquent and Representative Milo's philosophy is accurate. I would just add that I know I'm somewhat new to the game, only 2 sessions in, but I do recall that the retained bill is to make improvements. This bill came 2 years ago. It was bad then, and was voted down. It wasn't improved this year. It's bad now, and it should be voted down and not retained. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion, Representative Bluno.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I agree with everything my esteemed colleagues have said about this and why we should vote no on the motion to retain and vote yes on a motion to ITL this bill. You know, just looking at the significant testimony, I think we had 31 people testify. The only people testifying in support were the prime sponsor and a person who said she was representing all girls in sports, which is just an outrageous comment and completely inaccurate. So for that reason, and then compounded by the fact that there was a blue sheet tally of 24 in support and 1,135 1,135 people in opposition to this bill. I think this bill certainly warrants being dispatched today as ITL.
Thank you, Representative Brunel. Further discussion? I do not see any. So, Madam Clerk, would you do the honors?
Yes. House Bill 198, retained. Oops, sorry.
Okay.
Coffee wasn't strong enough yet.
Have some more.
Yeah. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes,
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
he's muted.
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No, absolutely not.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
Nope.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
I'm here. I'm here.
Representative Glad,
Yes.
11-9.
Okay, so the bill that we just did is going to be retained. We're going to move on now to HB 464. Yes, okay.
Rick, on 464, we're still waiting on an amendment from Mary Ellen.
Okay, so we'll jump past this one. My computer's in the other room, so I'm working on Representative Cordelli's computer right now. So we're going to move to,
321.
yeah, the gifted bill. So we're going to go to HB 321 at this point in time. Senate Education, by the way, is way behind. They're still on their first bill, HB 110. Okay, this bill requires school districts to submit an annual report concerning gifted students. Do we have a motion, Representative Moffett?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move OTP with an amendment.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Representative Shaw. You make that motion, Representative Shaw?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the table to approve 321 with amendment made by Representative Moffett, second by Representative Shaw. Do you have the amendment number, Representative Moffett?
Yes, I do. 2021-0537H.
0537. Correct?
Yes. Switching here, I just last, going back over to testify in the Senate. Representative
Mike, Rick. I mean,
Moffett, comment on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the amendment to the original bill has two changes that were recommended by the chair and others. Simply adds two words. It adds the word talented to gifted and talented, and it adds the words programs to policies and procedures. So that is the amendment. And on the bill itself, I would just say that this is a bill that this committee heard in 2018. It was referred to interim study. The 7-member interim study committee voted overwhelmingly to recommend OTP. It came to this full committee in September of 2018. In the full committee, the motion was made by Representative Shaw, seconded by Representative Mary Guile, and the full committee at that time voted to recommend OTP. Of course, this was in September of 2018, and the bill did not have a chance to go to the full House. And then I was not here the subsequent term. I'm not sure what happened there. So I do want to say that when we refer a bill to interim study and folks take a lot of time and meet several times and come up with a recommendation, I would hope that we would honor or respect the interim study committee's work. Otherwise, why would someone want to be on interim study? And again, it's a very, very short bill. All it does is it just asks districts to share what they do, if anything, for essentially best practices folder to share good ideas, and that's about it. There is no requirement to analyze data. It's just basically sharing ideas for a best practices folder, and that's it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Shaw?
No, I just concur with Representative Moffett.
Okay. Any further discussion from the audience? Representative Myler, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When this was presented to us 2 years ago, I supported it. I'm not going to do that this time. The reason for that, it's not because I'm against gifted and talented, is that it has no purpose. We don't know where even this is going to land in the Department of Education. It's going to be put into a file. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's another activity that school districts will have to have. There's no really definition of what is a gifted and talented student. I mean, we talked about this in the hearing when we talked about, does this mean that the star athlete should be a gifted and talented? Should that be put in there? Should an extremely gifted musician be put in there? There's no definition to what this is all about. And so until we have, I think, a further clarification of exactly the intent of the file and give some guidance to school districts as it relates to what is gifted and talented, I just think that this is just another busy work for school districts to send to the Department of Education that will really land in the file of indecision and inaction. And I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Myler. Richard, you have your hand up previously?
Brett Uno?
No, go with somebody else.
I'm sorry. Representative Lakis.
Yes, I don't see a problem with the school deciding who is talented or gifted. And if they decide that a particularly talented musician is talented and they came up with a way of helping that child to become the best they could be by whatever means they did, whether somehow finding an orchestra for them to play with or whatever, and they send that so that other schools know, hey, this is what we did, and this really helped this kid, so maybe you want to consider doing the same thing. I don't see a problem with that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having worked at the Department of Education for 41 years, I have to tell you that this particular approach to an educational issue of school districts summarizing using their own definitions and sending a report to the Department of Education, which goes into a file folder, or in this case, maybe onto a website, does little, if nothing, to focus on the particular issue here around gifted and talented. As far as I'm concerned, this is like a feel-good bill. It gets us to saying this is better than nothing. If we really are serious about this issue and helping school districts approach it, we would be supporting a staff person at the Department of Education that they have in the past who was significant in helping districts approach this particular issue. So I'll be voting against the bill.
Thank you. President Shaw, do you have your hand up?
Yes. My thinking is a little bit different on this. And the reason I supported it, I have had principals in Manchester approach me, especially one who continuously has said, when are we going to do something at the state level about gifted students? And the only reason that I think this is good is it's a beginning. What it would do is submit reports which would be placed on file. And I can see in the next legislative session or in the next term, someone putting in a bill that will expand on the gifted and talented aspect of student achievement. And at that point, someone could say, well, do we have any idea of what anybody has been doing in the state about this? You can say, well, actually, we have an informal file that was filed because of legislation that was passed in 2021 that has, sporadic reporting of what's been done around the state. So we can start with that and just get an idea about what's going on around the state and work from there. So that's my way of thinking about it. It's probably, here we go, my favorite word, demented. But I think this is just something to say, well, something is there, let's build on it. And that's my feeling. Because I don't think at this point, with the COVID and all the other things that have been going on, we don't need to throw something else out there right now. But I think this is a good beginning, a resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Shaw. Representative Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to add to, in our school district, in the past, we've sent our, we'll say, gifted math student down to the elementary school to help the gifted math student in the elementary school. I mean, that kind of thing might like to share. Also, in the case of athletes, of course, why not? If you have a gifted soccer player in high school that's really great, why not send them to the middle school to help that soccer team? I see nothing wrong with that at all. Schools can share their own personal experience. We did this, we did this. There's the Principals Association that can be used for sharing all this information. There's all kinds of teachers associations that exist, that these things can be shared. And the school board associates, all these things can somehow be shared, not just the DOE. School districts can share with their own colleagues across the state. So it's being done now, and I see no problem with athletes, musicians, actors, or anything that's gifted, artists, going from one school to another helping. So even across districts, if you want to do that. So I see no problem with this. I think it's great. Let's find out what other school districts are doing and share that information.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at the high school level, there's a lot of things for gifted athletes and gifted math students, AP courses, and different times of competition for them to participate in. We, in my school district, we had a gifted and talented program for the elementary and middle school where I think it's really, really needed. It was sometimes there and sometimes not. And the biggest difference in it was not that we didn't have people who had ideas about how to run this or what to do or to send students down to the elementary school and help out. It was money and time. That was the big issue. And I think it will always be the big issue for public schools. When testing came in, required testing, and No Child Left Behind came in, when school funding started dropping, Gifted and Talented was one of the first programs to go. So I support the programs, but I don't think this is the way to encourage schools to do them. The schools that don't have them probably can't afford them and don't have the time within their schedule to meet all the requirements that we put on them and then offer this kind of program. So I'll be voting no against this particular piece of legislation, but know that I firmly support Gifted and Talented or a similar type of program in the elementary and middle school. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick thing. Listening to Representative Bone talking about the associations and the shared experiences. I concur with them 100%. I think that all those associations are an opportunity for schools to share collectively. However, when you add a requirement to every single school superintendent to submit another report and to DOE, that's a whole different task. And I don't see much value in that where there's no current direction on what's going to happen with those things. But the utilizing the associations, the Teachers Association, the AFD, the NEA, the School Board Association, that's terrific. That's all voluntary. But now we just add another task at a tough time of year that has no substance to local school superintendents. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's one of my concerns is that right now, lower age children, those in elementary school, may not have the same opportunities to move forward because if a teacher or the school is concerned that there may not be educational opportunities for them once they reach the high school level, if they accelerate too much in the earlier grades, they may be concerned about offering further enrichment. This is an area where if every teacher who is concerned about this is contacting the superintendent, that's going to take more time than allowing them simply to query the Department of Education or simply query the superintendent's office to find out what their individual school policy is. This is an area where we need to make sure that our young minds are challenged, because young minds that aren't challenged become disruptive. And it is a lot better to make sure that they can get some new opportunities, pursue this, and make sure that the teachers aren't afraid that they're going to get topped out in calculus because they're not aware that there's an arrangement for some of these more accelerated students to take some classes at the college level if they really do excel in math. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that the rest of the world rigorously promotes and cultivates its gifted students. I think we need to get started on that.
Thank you. Representative Light.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. I was wondering if it's a small district and it makes a report and it becomes quite clear from the report who is being denominated gifted in whatever category. Do parents have the ability to appeal and claim that their child is gifted and ought to be included as well? And I ask that because right now, in the report as it stands, or in the legislation proposed as stands, there are no standards. There's nothing that offers any definitions. And so I was just thinking, I was reading how my high school, local high school, Conant High School, the girls basketball team just won their second straight state championship, second straight undefeated season. Do you name one person as gifted on that team, or do you name the entire team as gifted? And if you name one person, or it's clear that one person is denominated as gifted, because again, it's a small district, and in the report, it could be pretty clear as to who it is. Do the other parents of the other girls, have a right of appeal to say, well, my child is gifted as well, and contributed to the team? And so I'm just wondering how that would be handled. Thank you. That's a question for the sponsor, by the way.
Okay, we'll call on him in a second. Representative Ford.
Yes, I'm supportive of this bill, and partly because I didn't think we should offer a requirement at this stage. I noted when schools were all reporting on what they did and when they spoke to us about various things, no one mentioned the gifted at all. And I remember when my children were in school, there was a great deal of difficulty in getting things that got very bright, perhaps overactive, but nonetheless, kids engaged in things that kept them out of trouble. There was all kinds of support, as in varsity athletes and all that, for athletics, the talented toe. But there was nothing for the talented kid. There was nothing for the really bright kid. And this was a, shall we say, undemanding. And keep in mind, I'm a former English prof. So adding one essay to someone's life is not what I call an onerous requirement. You may have suspected that already when you were in college, but nonetheless, it's just not that difficult to say, well, we're doing this and this and this and this and this, and we're having some success with two of them and not so much with the other. All we're asking for is anybody paying attention? Because the next step is then to move to a requirement which meets the requirements that Representative Lay and others have suggested that are very specific and qualified, and we work out a definition that excludes the athletes because they have things taken care of them. But they have the other kids, the kids that watch them being given sweaters every year. And so what do I get? I don't get a sweater if I'm good in Latin. I don't get anything. I'm chopped change, chopped soup, whatever. Nothing. Chump change and chop soup and chopped liver, I guess it is. But at any rate, the point being that this is an invitation to sort of alert them that we're concerned about this. It doesn't require anything much of them. A simple, very short in-class essay would suffice. But we got nothing. This is better than nothing. That's my point.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Ford, for your comments. I can tell that you can sense the intent behind this. Yeah, I do want to respond briefly to Representative Lay and also to Representative Myler's earlier comments. By design, the wording of this bill describes gifted and talented in the broadest possible terms so that localities can have a discussion locally as to what they feel constitutes a population or students who are underserved and deserve some attention that they have not been getting. So yeah, by design, we do not want to prescriptively tell districts who or what or who is gifted. So we leave that to the localities. In terms of reporting, it could be done by an email with an attachment. So it's certainly not an onerous requirement to report anything. And the sad thing is that many, perhaps most districts do nothing or next to nothing in this area. 2 terms ago, when we spent some time researching this with Jennifer Ford, I mentioned this during the hearing. New Hampshire may be very well maybe the worst state in the country in terms of what it does in terms of paying attention to or having programs for so-called gifted and talented students. So this measure is simply, and the beauty of this measure, which some folks have picked up on more than others, is that this will require a conversation, a discussion in every district in the state. Where in many districts nothing is happening because of this legislation. Should it move forward, then there will be a discussion locally as to what is happening. And the notion that the best practices folder at DOE will go nowhere, I profoundly disagree with that. I think once the word gets out that there is a so-called best practices folder, I think there's going to be a wonderful sharing of ideas and energy and conversation on this overdue subject. So, yeah, I think that it's time that we take a baby step in this direction and shine a light where it needs to be shined.
Yes, I would like to follow up on what Representative Shaw said. Whenever we start any study or any law or anything, any new bill, what we hear all the time is, well, what's being done now? And we don't know what's being done now. So before we can follow up on this, before we can even, if we're doing a study committee on this, wouldn't it be nice for the study committee to have this information already as a starting point? If we want to put a bill in the future as far as what we can do for gifted, you know, the first question people are going to ask is, well, what are we doing now? So let's do this so we know what we're doing now so that in the future, when we follow up with whatever we're going to do, we have this information and we're ready to go forward instead of having to start from the beginning and find out what we're doing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on that, I would argue then that you should establish a study committee, because right now with the sort of information you're going to collect, it is going to be well nigh useless. Because again, you will have no idea what the standards are that individual districts are using, because you're not requiring or asking for what those standards are. You're simply going to get a list of certain practices, but we have no idea who they're applicable to, how people are determined, how people are chosen in different districts. You're just going to get a list of activities. And that in and of itself is not particularly useful. You're collecting only a portion of the data that you would need to engage in a serious study of this issue. I agree that the issue needs to be studied. I agree that I would love to see schools do more of this. But if we're going to collect data, collect it in a whole fashion, okay? Do a serious collection, not this. This is just simply going to be, it's going to be woefully incomplete, I guess is just simply the way I'll put it. So I think it's a measure that feels good, but I don't necessarily think that it will yield much particularly useful information. And you're just going to have to go back and do it again if you ever want to engage in a serious study of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Lay, for your perspective on this. I know that coming from your background, the standards and the criteria are crucial for this. I come from another point of view. In the gifted program in California, there was assumed to be a certain percentage of students that would be considered gifted. There was a criteria based on test scores, and they limited how many students could be tested, both in the high socioeconomic schools and in the low socioeconomic schools. When more children were allowed to test, they found that more children were performing at the gifted level. However, that had been suppressed because they assumed that only a certain percentage truly were gifted. Right now, if we address this without those standards, without those criteria, we don't need to have something that is very costly or very time consuming. If we encourage these children whose parents think that they're gifted, or the children think that they're gifted, to challenge themselves, to perhaps take on work, maybe let them take the textbook from the next year home and take a look at it and see what they can do. Maybe encourage them to read outside of their reading level in the library, write some reports in their spare time. Children love to learn, and we need to make sure that we are not teaching that love of learning out of them. If they can be challenged and they can find those subjects that interest them, it's amazing how quickly children can progress, both those that are on the gifted spectrum and those that we don't really view as gifted. If we can challenge these students, if we can see what happens when we give them the opportunity to learn at their own pace ahead, I think we might see some amazing things, and we might see even higher performance from all of our students when they see their peers really do get an opportunity and they're not just told to sit down, look at the wall and pretend like you're not done with your project. You know, maybe that's just coming from my personal opinion. I I was reading 1984 in my second grade classroom, and my teacher thought that I wasn't gifted enough to be tested. And I think that all children should have the opportunity to prove their merit. And if they fall short, that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that they aren't smart. It just means that they've realized that there is a challenge in front of them, and they have the opportunity to confront that and get stronger.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna veer away from the philosophical and back towards the pragmatic a little. So I guess this is a question for Representative Moffett. My question is, have you spoken to anybody at the Department of Education with regards to Representative Ellison's previous comments that there used to be a gifted and talented person or a person, well, truly there will be gifted and talented people at the Department of Education, but a person dedicated to managing gifted and talented programming. Have you spoken to anybody to find out sort of what has happened in the past and where these reports might be most useful? And if so, is there a person in place now who would actually be receiving these reports and answering the inquiries of school districts who would be in touch with the DOE?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Mullen, for your question. Sure, I did have conversations 2 terms ago when we put this together initially with a number of folks at DOE. My understanding is historically in the past there was an individual or position there that at least in part-time status focused on this area, and that no longer exists as I understand it. So should this move forward and should these reports come to DOE, they'll be up to DOE to do what they wanted with the information. I think that to your point, assuming this moves forward, once all this information comes to DOE, I think this could be an impetus for DOE to revive this position. And I think that would be a good thing. But again, that's up to DOE. And again, there is no mandate here. There's no spending. It's very simple. And I think that only good things could come from this at DOE, to your point, and also locally. I hope that answers your question somewhat.
Somewhat, but thank you for at least attempting an answer, Representative Moffett.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you may allow, I'd like to ask, if I could, Representative Ellison, a clarification on his statement.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you. Representative Ellison, you spoke about the DOE receiving all this information, and I understand the process that Representative Moffett was talking about. My question is, when there is a file or a program like this coming into DOE, do they record how many times it's reviewed or other people look at it, so you have an actual idea of how many people are actually using these types of documents?
If there's a person there who's in charge of the program or the concept, then yes, someone is monitoring that and trying to sort of facilitate communication between the people asking questions and the people filing reports. In the absence of that person, it's my opinion that the reports go into a file and they stay there and there's no interaction.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Cordelli. I appreciate the opportunity.
Sure. Representative Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to further, every person in the school knows pretty much who's gifted at what. For example, my granddaughter graduated in 2010 as valedictorian. And if you asked her if she was gifted, she would say no. But she relied on other gifted students to get there. She relied on a math gifted student, one of a set of twins. One was gifted in math and one of the twins wasn't, but identical twins. But anyway, she relied on him for her math, higher math. She relied on other people. I mean, and people relied on her. People know who is gifted, and the whole school knows who is gifted. So it's not a secret. And it's not, I mean, people know, and nothing in the bill says identify, they have to give a name. You can say, we send students from here to here and students mentor other students. And that's what's being done. So by nominating the whole team and whatnot, yeah, if the whole team's gifted, in other words, if everybody gets 100 points a game, you know, but the point is, gifted students also rely on other gifted students. I mean, they all work together. They know who all is gifted. Everybody in our high school knows who's gifted, and nobody argues the point. I've never seen any parent say, my kid just is gifted. You know, I mean, kids know who's gifted, and they go that way. And nothing here said you have to use names. You just identify. You can identify as student A. So the whole thing is schools know, teachers know, parents know who's gifted. So, you know, so let's try and help the gifted student be more gifted, I would think, you know, by allowing them to go take some college courses in math if they want to. I know UNH in Manchester for years was offering evening courses at UNH in Manchester for high school kids to get further credits in math. So that's one of the ways you can do it. Like my granddaughter, she had 5 years of math, and she's not a math genius, but yeah, she took half of it, but she relied on a gifted student for some of her help. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Blumenauer.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to sort of follow up on what Representative Boehm was just talking about. And you know, I do agree with a lot of what's been said this morning. I guess I'm struggling a bit with the you know, the terminology of, you know, gifted and talented versus I mean, which is what Representative Boehm was talking about. But he's saying everybody knows who's gifted. But I think at the same time, you could sort of substitute that, well, everybody knows who's good at math. I mean, I was the go-to guy in math and chemistry in high school, and people knew I was good at that stuff because I liked that stuff. And I put a lot of time into that stuff. And so, you know, I don't think I was born, you know, knowing how to do, you know, elliptical integrals or anything like that. I mean, I think I learned how to do that by putting in the effort. But so I guess my question to Representative Boehm, if he'll take the question, is where are you drawing the line in terms of gifted versus being good at it?
Representative Boehm, if you want to respond.
That's a sort of a gray area. Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned my granddaughter, she was good at hard work. And she was good at knowing who was. There are, I mean, at the gray area, somebody really works hard, gifted at working hard, and they may then be able to mentor other kids. Some kids are good at math. I mean, they just zoom, no matter what you give them, they'll know it, right? From when they first started doing arithmetic. I mean, some kids are good at English. They can write all kinds of reports and whatnot. But yeah, it's a gray area. There isn't any, working hard at something may make you gifted. I mean, so, you know, it's a hard question to answer, but people know who to go to, just like you said, who to go to. Hey, how did I do this? So anybody pretty much in the high school, especially even the smaller one, even bigger one, know who in their class they can ask questions of. And not maybe but yeah, they're gifted at working hard. I mean, I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah, so just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. So Ralph, I absolutely agree with a lot of what you just said there. And I think there's good intentions behind, you know, all of this here. I am concerned about unintended consequences when using, you know, specific terms like gifted and talented, and what that's encouraging or not encouraging. And I guess, once I know we're debating an amendment right now, I think 716, I'm sorry, 537, I think. I'm hoping to be able to offer another amendment that I think in the spirit of the bill as proposed, really sort of, broadens the approach here to talk about what Representative Bohm was saying, which is encouraging people to work hard and put in the effort. And that's really ultimately what leads to, success in school and success in life. And, I'm not trying to, I think we're all looking at the best intentions surrounding this, this legislation. But I'm hoping to have the opportunity to offer that amendment after we get past this.
Thank you, Representative Cornell.
Yeah, this conversation has just reinforced my idea that this is way too vague. From listening to everybody talking, I have no idea now what superintendents or school districts would be expected to send in as what they're offering for gifted students. According to Representative Bohm, it could be we offer that the really smart kids help the ones that want to work really hard to become gifted. Or are we actually putting in that a school district offers, advanced placement courses or the opportunity to participate in Running Star or a theater program or an advanced chorus program? It's just so vague to me what is going to be expected that I don't know that what's going to be sent in and put in the folder will be of any use of anybody that's going to look up to get ideas. I think it needs more definition and structure of what we're looking for, if it's of any use at all. That's all.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I spoke about money and time, and also the fact that, this program is really, like Representative Leon said, is really should be for the elementary and middle school students who at some point just give up. They want to be enriched. They want to have the ability to be enriched. What we're talking about most of the time here is like the robotics program, the dual enrollment program. That's all for the high school kids. And that takes work and initiative to get into those programs. And if you have it, you're going to seek out those programs. And if you're in a school district that has a lot of money, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for you. If you're in a school district with not a lot of money, there's not a lot of opportunity for you. But down at the elementary school, if you're a teacher and you have 25, 30 kids in class, and you've got one kid that's running around and hyperactive and seems to finish the workbook stuff really fast, those are the kids we want to grab and give enrichment programs to. And I'm not sure we even have any identification for that at this point. And I would suggest that as we search into this issue more, that we stop talking about high school where there is all kinds of opportunities and really look at elementary and middle schools where this program would be key to growth for a lot of students, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of the areas where we do have great opportunities in some schools in the state at the high school level. And you're right that in some communities, they don't have those same opportunities. But if the children are excited about what they can do, they can probably work with teachers that are interested in order to be able to build these programs at their schools. If they're not aware of what's happening and how it's being done in these more exceptional school districts, it's a lot harder for them to create it on a limited budget in rural school districts. if they're able to work together, see what those opportunities are and start developing their skills, this is going to push everybody forward. I mean, you look at Jaime Escalante and what he did in LA in the public schools with those students. People didn't expect those students to be able to perform that way, but the opportunity was there and they seized on it. If you expose them to the opportunity, the potential of what can happen and what they can do, it's amazing what you can see. And a lot of these kids in these poorer school districts don't really know exactly what can happen, even here in New Hampshire. And I don't think that it's a matter where they would look and say that they're being left out of the opportunity. I think that if you can see what can happen and make it happen in your community, that's going to make them a lot stronger. That's going to make them future leaders. That's the sort of thing that can motivate these gifted students in order to bring about these opportunities and develop them. And letting these students have a look at what's happening across the state, perhaps in a club for gifted students with one of the teachers directing it, they could create a framework. And I think that if we crowdsource it even to these gifted students in the elementary and middle school ages, this could bring really amazing opportunities. And I think that it would develop a lot of different skills for them while they work on these projects. And just developing their own program for gifted would be a phenomenal resource and a phenomenal learning opportunity.
Thank you. Representative Laker.
Yeah, we keep talking about no definition, but there is a definition. A student identified as having unique academic, artistic, or athletic potential, according to assessments selected and administered locally. And we always talk about local control and local whatever, but the other part of that is, as Representative Leon said, if you start making very narrow definitions of, I mean, it's something unique academic, artistic, or athletic potential. That's all that is. And if you start making, you have to have a certain IQ, or you have to have, you're limiting people. And so I think making this any narrower is counterproductive, because you don't know where that's going to show up, who that's going to be, what that particular academic potential or athletic or artistic potential is going to be. It may be somebody who's horrible at academics, but is a fantastic artist or a musician or whatever. And the point is for the school to come up with a plan for that child, for each one of those children, not for big ballpark, fit in the box, rules and guidelines, but this child, what are we doing about this child? And by having the school, and it doesn't say elementary, middle school, high school, it just says every school, which will hit those elementary kids. It'll hit the middle school kids and the high school kids. And it just says, do you have a plan? And if you don't have a plan, you got to write and say, I don't have a plan. So maybe this will, before they have to go and say, I don't have a plan, they might say, maybe I should come up with a plan. Maybe I should look and see what kids have special talents in any particular area and what I can do for that child. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. I would first like to say that I hope that the kind of inspirational instruction that Representative Lekes is referring to is going on in classrooms all over New Hampshire, regardless of how many gifted students are in the classroom or not. But I can tell you that the district I represent has a very robust program for gifted and talented students, and that the key to success at least partially relies upon the staff in the building that have been hired and dedicated to gifted and talented instruction, not the classroom teacher. We have personnel in every elementary school that are dedicated to teaching gifted and talented youth and offering enrichment opportunities to our students. And until we're able to do that in every school in New Hampshire, putting information into a folder at the DOE may in fact offer some assistance, but I don't think it's going to even come close to offering the kind of assistance that most districts need. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
I forgot to take my hand down. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
There I go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's interesting that this topic has been one of the most substantive conversations this committee has entertained since we've been together. And I don't think there's any question in any of our minds about the importance of this particular topic. And yet, at the Department of Education, there is no one looking after this program. And I think that's a shame. Notwithstanding the issue that I said earlier, that this needs more than just a file for this information to go to. And I would hope that those persons from the department that are listening to this conversation would begin to take notice of how important this is and perhaps take a little more attention to this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Leon, maybe you can finalize this discussion with your comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Mullen, that sounds like an amazing program that you have in the Bedford schools. I'm curious if that's something that's being shared, because that would be a great resource for a lot of these other school districts. I'm also really encouraged with this discussion. Right now, it seems that there's a big trend to do away with recognizing strong performance in students. I know we've done away with letter grades and dairy. And it's very inspiring to know that we still are appreciating students' success and student achievement, especially because if a student's sitting next to another student in class and that student's gifted, but nobody will acknowledge that fact, they might be comparing themselves against their seatmate and not realize that it's like a kid who went to school with Shaquille O'Neal questioning how they play basketball. It does a service both for the kids that get recognized for their giftedness and the other ones that realize they actually are sitting next to a student who really understands the subject and has an interesting perspective on it, because then they can ask questions instead of feeling like they might be less than just because the student next to them really understands calculus at an early age, or they just love organic chemistry. So this is something where it helps the kids that are gifted. It helps the kids who have the opportunity to work with them. And I'm excited that if we can get some more of this information, perhaps that's something where we can get more of an effort at the department level. But let's find out what we're doing. Let's get these best practices in. And let's move this forward so that we can do this and we can understand, and then maybe the Department of Education can do something for gifted students. I would love to see that.
Thank you. I think maybe we are ready for a vote on the amendment. Welcome back, Chairman. And Madam Clerk, if you take a roll call.
Yes, this is ought to pass on the amendment 05378 on House Bill 321. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Ballard?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hodgson?
Yes.
Representative Andrus?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Leon?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
Mel, come back on that.
Representative
Couldn't hear
Luna?
you.
Okay.
Sorry, I vote no.
Okay. Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Ellison?
No.
Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Lay?
Nope.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Ladd?
Yes.
12-8 passes.
Okay. That was 11-8, did you say?
Yes.
12-8.
12-8.
12-8, I'm sorry. Okay. Representative Luno?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I hope now would be an opportunity, and I hope we don't have to have an hour-long discussion on it, but I would like to move amendment 2021-0752, offered by myself and Representatives Ellison and Woodcock to House Bill 321. And it was sent, actually the original draft of that amendment was sent several days ago, but there was a typo in it. So 752 was sent over to the members of the committee this morning. And so I'd like to move that.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor made by Representative Luno, second by, who was the second?
Representative Tanner.
Representative Tanner, to move forward with Amendment 0752H relative to 321. Okay, open for discussion. Representative Luno, do you want to discuss your amendment?
I'd love to introduce it just briefly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So as I'd mentioned earlier, I mean, I largely agree with a lot of what members of the committee on both sides have been talking about with respect to the intention behind House Bill 321, and that we're really trying to encourage students who are working hard and doing well, and for them to share that motivation and that passion for whatever it is, whether it's math, whether it's basketball, whether it's chemistry, with their fellow classmates. And what I think, what I know the amendment 752 does is really it just moves us, uses different terms, where it replaces the terms gifted and talented with terms that encourage student growth and effort. And so it basically adds in Roman 1 findings that studies show teaching people to have a growth mindset, which encourages a focus on effort, helps them to become high achievers in school and in life. And that's actually something that I think I quoted from back when we held the hearing on 321 last month. And then Roman 2 largely follows what the previous amendment and the underlying bill do, which is require all New Hampshire public schools to submit a narrative report to the department, talking about what policies and procedures, doesn't have the word programs in there, but policies and procedures are in place to encourage student growth and effort. And one of the things that I think we've heard during the debate on the prior amendment. I mean, Representative Shaw talked about, well, maybe we can offer something in next year or in a subsequent session to expand this and really take a look at growth and achievement. And Representative Leon talked about how young minds need to be challenged. I agree with it. I agree with that. Representative Bohm, who I talked, who we were talking about earlier, talked about how students are working hard, and this is all consistent with the amendment before you right now, and just to sort of remind people of I think some more updated studies in the area. So things that sort of take us out of the the 1840s and bring us into a better understanding, a more up-to-date understanding about how the brain works. But Carol Dweck has written in her her very well-read, very much read book, Mindset, that to the extent young people believe they simply have a gift that makes them intelligent or talented, they may not put in the work necessary to sustain that talent. And moreover, the gifted label that many students still receive and that their parents relish may turn some children into students who are overly cautious and challenge avoidant. and because they don't want to make mistakes and put their you know, and basically put their gifted status you know, in jeopardy. And you know, when I was thinking about that, I also remembered you know, years and years ago reading Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell. And I'm sure many of you have read that book, and you know, the whole 10,000 hours thing. And I remember very much, you know, and you know, these quotes sort of stick with you. I don't know if it's verbatim, but you know, Gladwell talks about, you know, anybody that that works you know 3,000 hours a year has never failed to provide for their family. And so he developed this thing called the 10,000 you know hour rule, where nobody you know succeeds at a high level without both the talent and the and again, some feedback there. Anybody? Yeah, without both talent, but more importantly, preparation. And that 10,000 hour research reminds us that the closer, you know, you look at careers of the gifted, the smaller the role is of innate talent seems to play, and the bigger role preparation seems to play. And so that's really what Amendment 752 is going after, and I certainly think it's consistent with the intention that you know that we heard from so many of us around the you know the virtual table here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Leon, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Luno, for this amendment. I do agree that growth mindset is important. Grittiness is important as well. Angela Duckworth has an amazing study. Oh, sorry, you're not muted. So Angela Duckworth has an amazing study on grit, and the fact that it is that growth mindset also combined with striving for achievement. The 10,000 hour rule is very crucial, but you also can encounter somebody who either has 10,000 hours where they are having different hours. And there are people that have 10,000 hours where it's 1 hour repeated, hour after hour after hour. We do need to walk that line between growth mindset, but there's right now, the education landscape is moving away from that idea of performance. We're moving away from that, and we need to catch that if we start losing sight of excellence in New Hampshire. I know we've rewarded it a lot in the past, but right now, if you look at the national stage, we're moving away from that, looking not even towards effort, because right now they're changing the grading system in my town where you can't be penalized for not turning in homework. We need to make sure that students' effort is recognized, but we also need to make sure that excellence is recognized. And I think that simply replacing this with growth mindset loses a lot of what's important about this. I do agree that these reports would hopefully include efforts to encourage a growth mindset. And I think there's such a good body of work, both with what you've referenced with Malcolm Gladwell, what you've referenced in the growth with Carol Dweck. I do believe that that's in the landscape. We want to make sure we're recognizing that, and being able to read the other schools' notes will allow these schools to get those best practices, and we can see how we're reflecting things and how we're doing it here in New Hampshire. And I think that that's going to help us combine both that striving for excellence, that inquisitiveness, and the drive to work hard even when things go wrong, and to continue to push forward and not just try and rest on some label of gifted, but push forward and see what you really can do with those gifts, because otherwise it's wasted. You don't just take a birthday present, say thank you, and throw it out the door because you're afraid you're going to break the toy. You go ahead and use it. Otherwise it's a waste. And we need to make sure that we're encouraging these kids to challenge themselves, to fail, and to fall forward instead of not pushing themselves forward. Thank you.
Further, Representative Shaw.
Yes, Representative Luno. Growth and effort is near and dear to my heart. It is probably the most important aspect of every child's education in this state. we should always, shouldn't always, I guess the emphasis should always be on growth, on how much effort is being put into recognizing that students grow and they should be growing. They may not all be proficient, but they grow. And growth is probably the most important aspect at every grade level in school. Are they moving forward? To me, that should be a whole different bill. It should be a whole different, it's a concept that I would support 100%. The thing is, I think that this bill, oh, I keep eating this math. The process of identifying what schools do for kids who are gifted and talented is not a full, it's not a full recording about everyone. There's just a certain kids that just stand out that, okay, but you know, I won't get into detail, but I know what some schools do and some schools don't do and should do. But I think that your amendment is an excellent bill. That's something that should be a separate bill, and I think it would fly through hands down. Not one person would disagree that growth and effort are probably the most important part of an education of a child and should be identified. But I think this is a different thing. It's just something for that person that is just a little bit above and beyond everything that is being taught to that child. This kid is just up there. And what do you do for this kid that's up there? And how do you keep him motivated or her? That's why, and I definitely am not talking against your amendment. I think in regards to this bill, it's not applicable in my mind as to what what the bill stands for. And I certainly agree with you 100%. I love that. You want to put that in for a bill next term? I'll support it with you. But I just don't think that reducing what we are thinking about as gifted and talented. I think we're making too much of what gifted and talented is. It's a kid that's going to stand out. And are you doing anything for that kid? Yeah, we are in our school. This is what we do. And Sue Ellen mentioned Bedford, which I know, you know, they have a great program there. But Manchester Central doesn't. Northwest Elementary doesn't. You know, I don't know what they're doing. So that's the difference. And I certainly, I love that amendment. Save it for a bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Likis, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I had a number of points with that, and I absolutely agree with Representative Shaw. I was wondering at first is if we could just add the two together and have one amendment that did both, but then I'm not sure this wouldn't be a non-germane amendment, so perhaps it is better to have it as a separate bill. I really like this. I think this is important. I would hate for it to be lost, but I don't want to lose the gifted and talented one as well. They're talking about two different things. And the other part with regard to the however many hours, I did listen to a medicine specialist who worked with professionals, and he said, yes, there is an element of that, but you can't just have that. You have to have that underlying whatever, and he was talking about for athletes, for professional basketball players, you couldn't have a short person, they just weren't going to make it. And almost all basketball players, their arms compared to their height, their arms are longer than their height compared to everybody else. So So yeah, you still have some underlying something that then with the 5,000 hours or however many hours, I forget, it was, will make that person. So you need both. You can't do it with just one. You need both. And so this is helping the gifted one would be helping our students who had the extra long arms or the whatever that underlying thing is to spend those 5,000 hours and reach that potential. But so I'd like to see them both go through. And the other thing was just a comment that somehow an awful lot of people made references to the fact that having these reports are worthless or won't go anywhere or will just sit at the DOE and they're not specific enough, et cetera. And to those people, I would say this amendment is the same way. I didn't agree before, and I don't think it's so with this amendment either. I think in either case, filing the policies, filing the letters, the reports will be useful, and I think that just thinking about it will be useful. So I would say that this, if you're going to support this, you should support the other one as well.
PI of the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Rick. I think what Representative Legas suggested makes a lot of sense. I would support that. If we were somehow able to combine these two into a single committee amendment, whether it's just sort of glomming on one after the other or weaving them together, it doesn't matter to me. But would the chair accept that as a germane amendment?
Clerk.
Well, basically, a germane amendment, I couldn't do that right now without taking a little time and looking at this more thoroughly. I just read the amendment over briefly, just not more than 5 to 10 seconds ago. I think what we're trying to do here is that we're going further than what the initial intent of Representative Moffat's bill is. And that's just to get a better understanding what we're doing as far as providing support or programs or education for our gifted and talented kids in this state. What do we have out there? What are some of the practices that are going on right now? When we get that, then I think we're going to have to dig deeper. I've always been an advocate for working with kids that are gifted and talented. And there's a lot of criteria. You can go into, look at growth, and you can look at effort. That's important. Obviously so. A lot of the kids which aren't challenged properly become behavior problems. And so there's probably a correlation between programs which have a best practice available for the students or have challenging courses available and which they can seek. If the kid is bored, you're not going to have growth, but that doesn't mean you don't have a gifted kid here. You have a gifted kid that's chosen to go the opposite direction. So traditional programs have looked at this and used a whole lot of different criteria for identifying gifted and talented, specifically gifted. Leadership skills, achievement scores, IQ scores, recommendations of folks that they work with, and creativity. I think that's a very important one. At this point in time, I would say that the amendment is going to go in a different direction. They're inclusive, yes, but I don't think it really, the purpose, the intent of the bill was just not to try to define this thing at all. We're just trying to find out how the local districts define gifted or talented and what programs they're offering. I think the next step, Representative, would be for you to introduce your bill and probably get down further in the weeds even and try to identify, are we going to go with programs for these kids? And that's, are we going to do it in the traditional mode? Or are we going to do it in more of a non-traditional mode that you're in right now? It's not just for those kids on the right-hand side of the bell curve. It's for, you can have kids that are gifted in so many different ways that are not identified to achievement. So At this point in time, I'm not prepared to say that it's not germane or it is germane. I just don't think it's appropriate to be adding on to that legislation. I don't think it agrees with the intent of what Representative Moffat's trying to do.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We've been debating this for, I don't know, I didn't see when we started, but let's just say it's been about an hour or more. And the way it looks, you know, to me, the way it looks right now is that this bill would probably pass. I don't think it'll wind up on the consent calendar, and I think there'll probably be a minority report and a floor fight on it. And I guess I'm wondering, and it sounds like there may be support for an amendment that unites both of these concepts. And I think we're going to be coming back on Thursday and for an exec session, and we could, you know, introduce that. Hopefully not have to have a protracted debate on it, because I think we've done that this morning, and have something. And I don't want to. I'm not trying to get in front of Representative Myler here, but have something that possibly goes on the consent calendar.
If I may, Mr. Chair, is it possible to recess this until next Thursday, and in the interim, as we've done with several other bills, interim, to see if there's a way with which we could merge Representative Luno's concepts with Representative Moffat and have the two of them get together to see if there's a way that we might be able to capture the intent of both of these proposals, so that we could place this on the consent calendar and move it forward. Because this has been a substantive conversation that we've just had. And I think it would be more inclusive of being able to engage the process so that we could be broader in to look at this, because I think it would send a much broader message, a much more direct message about the need to really address this across the board. Could that happen, Mr. Chair?
I'm going to first have Representative Moffat respond.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to point out there is a motion that's been seconded that's on the floor. I think Representative Luno's thoughts are striking a chord with all of us, and I think that what he is looking at is something that deserves more discussion. I don't think it deserves it at this moment. And I do have to point out that the arguments that were expressed earlier against the First Amendment certainly all would apply against the Second Amendment. I think that's very interesting. And I do want to also point out that we have been talking about this for quite a long time, and that is actually the beauty of the intent of the original bill, was simply to facilitate and create a long overdue discussion on this topic of an underserved population. And so I think in microcosm, you're seeing what if this bill as amended moves forward, happen all over the state, will be this very type of healthy discussion will happen, and healthy and overdue discussion will happen statewide. Representative Mullen pointed out what Bedford is doing. I think that's precisely what we would like to get into this best practices folder, because Bedford's doing some things that I think we should shine a light on for other schools or districts to consider. So anyway, there is a motion on the floor. I think that needs to be addressed, and then we could go from there.
Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if maybe there are two issues here that we need to separate. And one, I took particular notice of the people who spoke in terms of getting the Department of Education to make a response. And maybe the simpler solution for that is to simply modify the original motion to include a request of the Department of Education from the legislature to give us their analysis of this. And therefore that would invite them, and I don't see how they could politely refuse us, to make an analysis of what we're introducing here and then follow along simultaneously or subsequently with an analysis of the sort that Representative Luno has suggested, which has a great deal of merit. So I'm just trying to look to sort of how to work our way through the weeds here. That's what I'm raising this question for. I think there've been a wonderful number of just points of view on this, and it's been very enlightening.
The
Thank
process
you, Mr. Chair.
you're alluding to, for Representative Ford, has previously been done. You don't have to amend the motion to achieve what you're trying to address. It can be done through an administrative request from this committee to the Department of Education to, let's delve into this issue. Let's have some information provided by you. We've done that before. I can remember doing that with Representative Guile several years ago. And we did some addressed issues such as this without having to do it even with a bill. We did it just as an administrative request from this committee to the department to get down to and find some answers to various topics. I think we can do that. But what I'd like to do before I go any further in this, there's a couple of people with hands up here. Representative Leon, do you have a question?
I have a point, Mr. Chair, if I may make it. I think that the growth mindset is a very important issue too, but if we have them together sort of in a joint question, that's going to make it harder it's going to make it easy for districts or schools to only focus where they are already strong. If we're already strong on encouraging a growth mindset, that's what they'll address and then say that the growth mindset helps the gifted students. If they're already strong on gifted students, but they aren't encouraging that growth mindset, they may do the same thing where they point out those programs and gloss over the growth mindset. I think that these should come forth in separate years because I think this is a wonderful, absolutely wonderful idea, Representative Luno. But I think that unless these come forward separately, it's going to be too easy for them to get blended together, and we're going to lose the benefit that both of these can bring.
Representative Boone.
Yeah, just the first part of the amendment sounds good, as everybody can say, but read the next part of the amendment completely replaces the bill. I just want to make that clear. It replaces, completely replaces adds a new 18929B, which replaces this bill. So I just want to make that clear, so I will be against the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Representative Bohm is correct. The amendment does replace the bill, and I think Representative Leon's point is also on spot, and but I think could be accomplished with a committee amendment that tackles these two issues as separate points. A B, 29-B and 29, I'm assuming there's no 29-C. So this part could be brought in as 29C and require districts to report out on both. I think I agree. I think they are related, in terms of making sure that school districts are challenging students, and collectively, we should be able to get the department, I'm sorry, should be able to get a rich trove of practice data from school districts across the state. So again, I think an amendment, a committee amendment that doesn't blend the two, but has the two in series as 29B for gifted and talented, and 29C for encouragement of growth and effort, I think is very consistent, and I think it would be a good outcome from the investment of time and discussion that this committee has put in this morning.
Okay, are there any other concerns, questions from the committee? Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call a brief caucus so I can talk with the folks I have here. And for about 15 minutes, I came in, unfortunately, halfway through this thing. And so I'd like to get a better understanding of it myself. So 15 minutes, we'll come back at 11:30.
Does he have to take a recess and have a motion on the floor?
There's a motion on the floor.
You can call a caucus anytime you want,
Anytime,
and I'm calling a caucus.
Okay, that was just a question.
Mel, we doing the same thing? Couldn't hear you, Mel. Looks like we're doing the same thing.
11:30.
I'm going to disconnect from here.
Rep 4, can you hear me? Rep 4.
Quiet.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Okay, we're about ready to start here. Oh, Barb's not.
Not the first time.
Yes, she is.
Yay.
I've got more notes than there is in this one. All over.
You're the clerk. That's to be expected.
It's called you can overthink.
I realized I never took my medicine this morning.
I left one of mine. That's all right.
Does your doctor go ballistic when you don't take it?
I have an emergency set
Oh.
of my morning meds right here for those, because sometimes I walk out of the house and then realize I didn't take it.
Okay, folks, it is 11:30. I think we need to move forward here. Is everybody in place here? And
Your camera is on.
Oh.
Okay.
Here now.
okay, for the, whoop, where we got, who has,
Your volume,
no, it's not mine.
that's better.
Okay, can people hear us out there now?
Yep.
That's another phone, that's a telephone.
Sorry.
Cell phone. Okay, we do have a motion on the table, and I've made the decision, and I am making the decision now, that we're just going to go ahead and let the decision be made by the full committee through voting on the motion that we have on the table. If it gets voted up, that's where we are. If it gets voted down, that's where we are. And then we can proceed accordingly. So with that, if there's any more discussion on this Bill 321, yes, Representative Hoffman.
I think we're on the amendment.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just
We're on the
confused. I wanted to
amendment.
know where we were. We're on the amendment?
We're on the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
0752?
So we're on the amendment right now. And this 0752H. Further discussion?
I think Representative Mullen had a comment she wanted to make.
Yes, sir. Okay, Representative Mullen, yes, I see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to reference back to this concept that if we were in fact to adopt Representative Luno's amendment, either on its own or in a joint amendment with Representative Moffett, that somehow or another it was going to be creating all of this cumbersome additional work. And we continued our robust discussion, you'll be surprised, right into our caucus, where I shared with members that the way that I read this, the growth and effort aspect of this amendment is meant to measure the growth and effort aspects of gifted and talented students, not the entire school body. So Representative Shaw and I had some clarifying conversation about the idea that if you're in a school district like Bedford's that has a gifted and talented program, and you're asked to report out on some specifics of what you do for growth and effort with your gifted and talented students, that it's probably going to take about 15 minutes to write up a summary statement of goal setting, of compacting curriculum, of setting up independent study with students. I don't think that it is nearly as cumbersome as people fear that it might be, because it only applies to 189:29, which is identification and accommodation of gifted students, not the entire student body.
Are there further comments on the bill right now, on the amended proposal here? Yes, Representative Mylan.
Mr. Chair, is it in order to have a motion come forward to recess this until Thursday to allow Representative Moffett and Representative Luno to gather to see if they might be able to cobble together an amendment that would basically encompass the conversations that we've had around this today? Is that in order, a motion to recess until Thursday?
We have a motion on the table right now. I could recess, but I'm not going to do that. I feel that we need to just vote on this amendment now. If in fact the committee believes this is a topic, it's evidently generated a lot of discussion here, positive, constructive discussion. I'm glad we're seeing us starting to address student growth and effort, and I'd like to see that done not just for gifted kids either. I'd like to see it for all our kids. And I think this is a area where Commissioner Edelblu has also stressed. Remember, we used to measure the outcomes of our adequate education and the delivery of an adequate education through strictly on the performance side on achievement only. Now we're looking at achievement and growth, which is very important. If there's growth going on, that's exactly what we want to see, as long as we don't keep dropping the bar down, and that's our proficiency levels going down. But we do want to see growth. I think that this is a topic which deserves further discussion and activity, and we could develop a subcommittee just to work at that, a work group to work on this and work with the department to try to get to that end, that outcome that Representative Luno is looking for. So if this amendment gets voted down, I'm prepared to work towards the desired end that Representative Luno and others I hear are interested in looking at. I also agree. We need to be looking at growth and effort.
Is a motion to retain at this point in time in order?
Not with another motion on the table. We have a motion on the table right now on this particular amendment. Now,
the motion to retain does not take precedent?
You can't have retention on a specific amendment. You can retain a bill, but that amendment right now is, you got to get the
if I may just clarify here. So once we dispose of this particular amendment, and we're then back to the main motion as OTP as amended, at that point in time, is it appropriate to move to retain?
I'd have to check and see if the motion to retain, because you will have a motion on the table, which will be ought to pass as amended. Right. That will be on the table. So there will be a motion put forward. Now, if you vote down that ought to pass as amended, then we can have a motion for retention.
Back 2 steps to get to that, right?
So we have to take a couple steps before we even get to that, where I'm going to accept a motion for retention.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. So with that, we're going to move forward here, and I'm going to ask on this amendment 0752H that Representative Shaw, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Representative Cordelli.
I missed part of this. Is OTP on 0752.
Oh,
is that correct?
yes, it's the second amendment.
Yes.
Representative Luno's 0752H.
I vote no.
Representative Bohm.
No.
Representative Allard.
Reluctantly, no.
Representative Lakis.
Unfortunately, no.
Representative Hobson. No, Moffitt, I'm sorry.
No.
Representative Hobson. No. Representative Andrus.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Leon.
No.
Representative Sodi.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Bowman.
Yes.
Representative Lay.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
8-12 fails.
Thank you very much. Representative Moffett,
I'd like to move OTP as amended.
for HB 321.
Yes, for HB 321.
Is there a second, Representative Shaw?
Yes.
So we have a motion on the table now to pass on 321 as amended. Made by Representative Moffett, second by Representative Shaw. Representative Moffett, do you have anything to further discuss?
I think we've talked for 2 hours on this, and I hope we'll vote.
Representative Shaw? Do you have anything to say on it?
No, I just think that if we did have a conversation and we're able to combine the two together, knowing now that that is referring only to gifted and talented and not the whole entire school, because I didn't get a chance to really indulge into the amendment. I think I could have supported as an AB, but as a standalone, I would go with the pass as amended right now.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Point of inquiry of the chair. So I don't think this is a new motion by Representative Moffett. I think this is going back to the original motion of OTP, with the amendment. So we're unwinding the motions. So this is not a new motion. And would it be in order, though, if this motion were to fail, that either a motion to retain or a request to recess would be in order, so that another amendment could be produced and exactly along the lines as to what Representative Shaw was saying, where the Moffett amendment would be 29B and the Luno Ellison Woodcock amendment would be 29C. No change of wording, and that could be brought up in the committee on Thursday.
Okay, we're going to move forward now.
Is that a yes? It was a PI.
Yeah, okay, that's a parliamentary inquiry, huh?
Yeah.
I will explain that we'll follow that. We'll have this vote, and then we'll respond to you following the vote, depending upon what the outcome is. So with that, let's go ahead and have the vote. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Difficult choices here. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Is ought to pass as amended with amendment 0537H. Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Mullen.
No.
Representative Lay.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
12-8 passes. Representative Black.
Yes.
Still 12-8.
Okay. So taking it as the discussion we just had, obviously there is information that we've just been going over that deserves further inquiry on the part of this committee, so that this topic will be brought up by us, and I will, when we have a little bit more time, we're trying to exec all these bills right now, but upon getting this done, we can have a committee of the whole and look at it, and from that committee of the whole, we can design an administrative letter signed by this committee, as we did years ago when we sent one to Commissioner Berry, asking for information and to delve into the issue here of encouraging student growth and effort. So we will pursue that once we get all these bills exact, and also we're starting to get targeted with Senate bills as well. So, but it's on the docket, and we won't forget it.
Okay, Representative Luna will file a minority report.
Thank you very much. And the majority report is from Representative Moffitt. So we're going to try to get one more bill done before lunchtime here, HB 71. And with that, I look to Representative Bone for a motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass and recommend amendment 0498H. 0498H.
Second. Okay, and it was second by Representative Allard, made by Representative Bone on HB 71. That's a bill that deals with emergency meetings. And he's also indicated that he has an amendment that he'd like to go ahead and discuss as well. So, Representative Bone.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the amendment, we had, on the discussion we had at the original hearing, there was a lot of concern about other things that can happen, you know, which couldn't have been covered by insurance anyway. But the amendment just specifies the court shall not allow a special meeting if the emergency involves a collective bargaining agreement. So all the other stuff was taken out, so it just caused by collective bargaining agreement. And to that, you know, it's still no means no. If the school district at their meeting, whether delivered at the regular meeting, the school district meeting, and the people vote no on the collective bargaining agreement, the courts cannot give a special emergency meeting for that. It has to go to the following year. So everything else is taken out. So anyway, that's with the amendment.
Do you have the number of your amendment, Representative Bone?
0498H.
Did we get emailed that?
Yes, that was done.
I don't have it.
I don't have a copy of that.
I don't either.
It was sent on March 3rd.
Thank you.
And everybody had a copy of it.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, I know.
By who on March 3rd?
Find it.
By Ralph on March 3rd.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just a question of the sponsor.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So thanks, Representative Bohm, for bringing this forward. Would this prevent a school district from having a subsequent question on the warrant that says something along, like we've seen before, that says something along the lines of, if the collective bargaining agreement in the prior question fails, does this body authorize a special meeting to be held to consider?
No, that's what could happen. I mean, they can put that actually in the warrant, saying if this warrant fails, we can have a special meeting.
Right. So this amendment would not bar that from happening.
No, just bars the judge for somebody requesting an emergency special meeting.
Gotcha.
Doing a special meeting. It can be done beforehand, like you had said. In other words, if it's in the warrant, saying a special meeting could be. Right. That's
Okay, thank you.
not change that. No. Just bars a court hearing for a judge to rule for it.
Yeah, I'm looking for your amendment here. You said March 3rd?
Yeah, you got it right back there.
Well, it was made on February 24th. It was sent out March 3rd.
Yeah, we just got it again.
Jennifer Ford just sent it out to everybody.
Okay, hey,
Thank you, Jennifer.
thank you, Jen.
You guys need hard copies?
No,
No, I'm just trying to get, here I see it.
yeah, I copied that. I distributed also.
Julie, I don't have it.
Just came in.
Yeah, was it there?
Does everybody have that? It says basically a one-liner.
Yeah.
court shall not allow a special meeting if the emergency involves a collective bargaining agreement that was voted down at the regular meeting, including a collective bargaining agreement modified after the regular meeting. So this is open for discussion at this point in time. Representative Bone, if there's anybody has you can answer some of those questions.
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock, you have a question?
Yeah, yes, I do. Thank you, Representative Ladd. I appreciate the chance. Either to you or to Representative Bohm, it doesn't matter. I just want to make sure I'm clear. On the line 6 and I just printed the amendment. Thank you, John, by the way. On the lines 6 and 7 of the amendment, where it says, including a collective bargaining agreement modified after the regular meeting. So is the intent here, Representative, that if the negotiations get together and they agree following, and nothing can happen, they can't move it forward?
It will move forward at the next meeting. Not, the court can't rule at the special meeting. I mean, that's the same thing if they put in the warrant initially saying, and we can have a special meeting after, that's no problem. They will do modifications and do it. But just at a court hearing, a judge can't rule, oh yeah, we can have a special meeting now, even though you made the modifications. Which, if you remember my testimony and others, that the problem was the special meeting might not even happen until September, October, which delays the tax bill, and people don't get the tax bills right before Christmas instead of the end. So that's the main issue on this for a special meeting.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner, you have a question?
Yes, I do. When a court hears a petition for an emergency meeting, right now in statute, they're given 5 guidelines to follow. The severity of the harm to be avoided, the urgency of the petitioner's need, whether the claimed emergency was foreseeable or avoidable, whether the appropriation could have been made at the annual meeting, and whether there are alternative remedies not requiring an appropriation. I am wondering if you want to add a 6th guideline there for the court, that if it's a collective bargaining agreement, it's got to be refused. That you're taking the hand away from the judge and saying, if it's collective bargaining, that's it. It can't even be going to an emergency meeting, regardless if it meets these other 5 criteria.
The part of that law said the judge will consider the following, and whether or not it was done. If for example, if it was on a warrant, he shall consider. If it's a real emergency that wasn't voted on at the district meeting, there's no problem. If it was voted on at the regular school district meeting, collective bargaining agreement was voted on, then he can't. Because it was voted.
So a follow-up, Mr. Chair? So they, what you're saying is, and I'm trying to sort it out. You're saying that the court, the court can't even consider it. They can't even follow, they're not guidelines or anything. This is a blanket statement. Court, you can't even consider this appeal if it involves collective bargaining. Is that right?
Right, because it was already voted on by the people.
Well, the other ones are voted on. The appeals for this emergency is also for other warrant articles. So if somebody had a warrant article for a school repair and it was voted down, they wanted to repair their boiler, but it wasn't at critical mass. And then halfway through the school year, the boiler blew up. They couldn't, because it had been voted down as a warrant article, they couldn't appeal it to the court to have an emergency hearing. And what I understand is this amendment says, yes, they can do any of those except collective bargaining. Is that correct?
Right, because collective bargaining isn't really an emergency. The people said no, And no means no. In the case of a boiler, like you mentioned, and another case that was brought up, the school should have insurance on that anyway. But yes, the judge can consider. This would happen in 1998, this was put in because there was a lot of special meetings. And this law was made then because it sort of limited the judge. But I can't see, and other people can't see, is why just because people said no to a collective bargaining agreement, that could result in an emergency. It is not an emergency. And in most cases, like I've lived in Litchfield for 44 and a half years, we've had a lot of contracts go down, and the following year, the modifications were made and voted on again. And in most cases, I don't know of any that didn't, all the cases resulted in retroactive pay increases for the previous year. So nobody lost anything except a year getting that pay raise. But the point was changes needed to be made. The public said, no, we need to make these changes. And this happened, what happened in Litchfield, the changes were a result of the people did not like the health insurance part of it. So yes, this takes what we thought was in law to start with, that they couldn't have one because, like somebody mentioned, there's only 2 in the last 6 years or something like that. But yeah, I mean, some cases we know you farm for judges, the one that'll give you what you want. So in this case, it just takes the hand out of judges, which we've done in the past for a lot of other laws. So no, you can't do it for a collective bargaining. That's it.
Further discussion? For me? Is Representative Myler?
Doesn't see it.
I don't see it. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yes, that's my, I think, yeah, I would.
Yes.
Am I recognized?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to vote against this because it basically takes the discretion away from the local school board that wants to move on a particular item that they think is important. And to tie their hands on this, I think is not relevant. Notwithstanding Representative Bohm's comment about retroactivity, et cetera, it's just another example of trying to take the discretion of the local school board away from their decision-making on how they think the school district should be run.
Further questions? I have one question. If you have an emergency meeting, I know we had an emergency meeting in Woodsville when we were looking at approving monies for the new school building project, which we did. But in order to have that measure passed, we had about a 2/3 majority, not just a simple majority. What's the case in an emergency meeting such as this? Is it have to be passed by just a simple majority, or is there a 2/3 ruling, or any 60%? I'm unfamiliar, so I'm just question. Anybody have an answer?
I don't have an answer to that.
So that the bond issue, 2/3 or 60%.
The bond issue.
Pass for a bond issue like that.
Do you need it, Representative Bohm, when you're talking about appropriating additional dollars?
Well, this could be, some issue has been raised for other things, like something happened on the school and you didn't foresee it. Okay, then you can have a special meeting for it. Something that wasn't foreseen. In this case, it was foreseen. We needed the collective bargaining. Negotiations were done, but the people said no. Yes, the school board should be prevented by the people. The people vote for the school board. The school board should be going with the people that voted for them. Yes, the problem is with collective bargaining agreements with both sides, the school board, because I've been on a few of them, the school board and the teachers negotiating agree on something, then they both have to still say they agree on it. So at that point, yes, if one side wants it, the other side sort of has to, even though they may not want to. But the point is, Yeah, this ties their hand because the people said no. Unforeseen emergencies, and then the collective bargaining agreement is not an unforeseen emergency.
Any further discussion from committee members? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, what's the motion? Was there a motion put forth or?
Yeah, motion is for the amendment 0498H.
This is an ought to pass on 0498H
Right.
amendment. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No,
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
I vote no, and I declare my intent to participate in this discussion on the basis that this merely changes the discretion of the courts. It has no direct impact upon any of the organizations that I am a member of. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock,
no,
Representative Ladd,
Yes. 11-9. Okay, Representative Bohm, do you have a
Motion, yes, the motion for ought to pass as amended on HB 71.
okay, we have a motion to pass HB 71 as amended. To pass, second by Representative Allard. Further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk.
ought to pass as amended. Representative Cordelli
Yes.
on HB 71. Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Allard,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes.
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
no,
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
Nope.
Representative Woodcock,
no,
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
9. Will there be a minority vote?
yes, Representative Tanner will submit that report.
Thank you.
And Representative Bohm,
Yes, it's on the way to you.
with a subject and predicate, right? Okay, thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break here and have our lunch. So we'll pick it up at 1:45. 1:45.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I never look at. Not being here for some of those because this was in and out from the Senate.
Yes. Does he know? Is he talking? I thought they were done.
Do you want me to run down?
Representative Ladd, I'm sorry. Are you still speaking to the committee? I thought that you had closed and I muted the room. That's completely my mistake if you're still addressing the committee. I thought you had moved on.
Hey, Jen,
Yes.
can you hear me? I don't know if Representative Ladd can hear. Do we have any heads up of what's coming up this afternoon?
I'm sure he was going there, but I heard his voice reduce in volume and I thought that we had gone on to lunch and it's completely my mistake. I'm so sorry.
No
you guys.
worries. No, can
I
you unmute?
apologize.
No, that's all right. Can you unmute Rick though, or?
Yes, they're unmuting the room right now.
Oh, okay.
You can hear me out there. I want to look at the list of the bills we haven't done yet, and I'm gonna need about 5-10 minutes here to try and get that squared away.
Could, Rick, I think Mel has dropped off, but could you email or text that out when you have it?
Yeah, we can set that order out. I have no problem with that.
That'd be great.
Excellent.
Good. Thank you, Rick. All right, we'll catch you everybody in a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Wow.
right, Ron.
Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead here, if you can hear me out there.
Remote students.
Yeah. So this afternoon, I did send a list of the bills that I'd like to consider this afternoon to Representative Myler earlier in our lunch break. The first of those bills is HB 464. That's the commission school funding bill. And there is an amendment that's been put forward by myself and Representative Luno. So I'd like to start off with 464. Can everybody hear us out there? Yes. I got the thumbs up.
Representative Ladd, Rick, David's not on yet.
Oh, he's not here yet?
No.
Hey, maybe what I'll do is I'll jump over that. Yeah, seeing this as a joint amendment vote put forth by Dave and myself, I'll jump now to the next bill we were going to do. That's 458. Let's go to 458.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, 458 is relative to provision of menstrual products for students in need. And with that, is there a motion on 458, Representative Lightness?
Yes, I would like to move 458 OTP.
OPP for 458 made by Representative Lightness and Representative Hobson. Are you making a second?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Lightness, do you have any discussion on your motion?
Yeah, while I agree that schools need to look at and help women who do not and cannot afford menstrual hygiene products. The bill that was passed last year and passed into law was a blatant 28A violation. And I believe it needs to be taken out and leave it up to the school districts. People say, well, school districts provide toilet paper. Well, there's no mandate that school districts provide toilet paper. They choose to provide toilet paper, and they can choose to provide menstrual hygiene products as well. But for us to mandate either one of those would be is a 28A violation, and we have no business mandating that.
Thank you very much. Representative Hobson, do you have any comments?
Nope, I think Elise covered it. I echo those concerns as well.
Okay, I see Representative Ellison, you have your hand up, Art.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Comments on this particular bill. This is the most punitive legislation that I've seen come before the committee in the last 2.5 years that I've been involved with this. We have, if in fact the bill is approved and we go back to where we were 3 years ago, we will have some school districts that will be able to provide these products, and we'll have some who cannot or will not. We will be in a position at that point and of young women going to the school nurse in the first year of this new bill and saying, what happened to the machines that were in the ladies' room or wherever they were, because I'm having my period and I need some product. And the answer that the school nurse will have to give under that set of circumstances is, this is an unfunded mandate. So you don't get any more now because it's an unfunded mandate. If my daughter were still at Concord High School at this point, she would be testifying against this bill in a much more eloquent way than her father is doing. I strenuously object to this bill, and I will be voting against it.
Thank you very much, Representative Ellison. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I probably could speak most directly to this of everybody on the committee, given that I have a 1-year-old. This is an issue that women and others who menstruate will be facing for decades. The schools provide a safe place in order to learn lessons. Some of those are planning ahead that when you may be encountering this monthly event, to have it in mind and also know what you're going to do if you are caught unaware. School nurses will have them. They will be available. They have been available. It's just a matter of where and when. And this is something where girls and others will be able to go to the nurse and access these materials. But that small amount of thinking to make sure that they can think ahead, say, oh, it feels like this may be happening. I'm going to go ahead and take a proactive step. Will save them from having a significant problem on the job or out at a store or somewhere else in the world where we don't mandate the free availability of these products. There are stopgap measures. There's things that can be done, but I think that we have an unfunded mandate, and there's also the issue that we're not preparing them for the real world. I know that there is compassion. These are available in the school nurses, and this does not need to be legislated to the point it is. We need to get this back out of the law.
Representative Tanner. Are you on mute, Linda?
She's free now.
Linda, we can't hear you, Linda.
No, can't hear you.
Can't hear a word there, Linda.
Now we can, Linda. We can hear you now.
You can? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. As you know, I taught many years and I was the phys ed teacher. So oftentimes I had extra pads and tampons on hand for students that really, and in adolescence, periods can be very unpredictable and can be very light or extremely heavy. And for a young woman, just starting in those cycles, it isn't like it's every 28 days. It isn't like it's the same thing all the time. It's really hard for them. So that's one thing. The second thing is that it's kind of like shaming. It's we've talked about the lunch program. I guess that would be one of the examples I'd kind of use. For a student to have to go to the nurse's office or even to come to the phys ed teacher and ask for a pad or a tampon, for some students, it's no big deal. But for a lot of students, and particularly students that can't afford it, it is a huge, huge deal. And just to point out to you how huge and how misunderstood this whole thing is from an adult's point of view, and particularly from a male adult's point of view, is that for a couple of years, a new janitor came on and he kept complaining that the toilet in the girls' locker room was always getting plugged. And he couldn't understand why young women just didn't understand that they weren't supposed to flush these products down the toilet. And I said to him on numerous occasions, the reason that you're getting this is because they don't want to walk across from the stall over to the wastebasket to dispose of the product. And if you were to put the containers for them to put that away in between the stalls so that they didn't have to leave the stall visibly to do that, you wouldn't get the toilets backed up. Well, it took a few months of convincing. He did it, and you know what happened? The toilets didn't plug up. And it seems like such a small thing, but that's how self-conscious young women and girls are about their periods. So this bill, and the people that even at first in schools were like, this is a problem, this is going to be terrible, la da 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 da. Now we're seeing the benefits. We know that girls and young women stay home. They stay home, they miss school. And they do it because they don't have the proper products. We know that, well, if you're a woman, you know that there are times when you least expect it and all of a sudden something fails on you. And it is embarrassing even as an adult sometimes to do that, to actually have to come up with something. So I can't believe how this bill is just dismissive of young girls and young women who really need this support. And I can't believe that 28A applies to a situation where the school's already buying paper towels, toilet paper, they're buying hand sanitizer machines, all kinds of things around personal hygiene. And this is a small addition to it. I don't think it qualifies for 28A at all. So I'm going to be voting against this bill.
Thank you very much. Representative Lakis.
Yes, the big expense in this was the machines, and those have already been purchased. I can't see a school taking them down just because we said it's not mandated anymore. This, it's not saying don't do this, you can't do this, just because we're taking this, repealing this 28A violation bill. It doesn't say stop doing it. It says make your own decision on doing it. Just like we make our own decision on toilet paper and paper towels and all those other things. Every school district makes their own decision. And yes, most of them provide it. Now schools are in the habit of providing it. Now they've already bought the machines. So now it's not as big of a deal, but they should be the ones who say, yes, this is what we're going to do. Yes, we'll put it in our school operating budget. Yes, we will do it. Not us mandating it when we're not providing the funds for it. So it is a 28A violation. We should not be doing that. We should leave it up to the school districts. It's also our responsibility, and we spent a long time last term making it clear that yes, women do need this. And if you recall, any of you who were here, I spoke on this from the floor, and I started out with the story of how women needed this and how they weren't coming. There's no argument about that. But I ended with, but it's a 28A violation. We can do this. We can volunteer to supply things. The schools can look for things. They can get charitable donations of supplies. They can take collections and have a collection box where people can drop them off and then they can be put in the machines, whatever, but we shouldn't be mandating it. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Vlad. And I do have to speak on this. I know it's going to be similar to 276 afterwards, so I'm hoping we get this all done at once. This does bother me, this bill, this OTP, and I'll tell you why. First off, not the least of that the governor took major photo ops, press releases, and said this finally levels the field for women last June when he stood there with Colleen, if you recall, the young lady who brought this bill to the committee. That's the first thing. The second thing, I find it kind of ironic this in National Women's Month here that we bring this bill up. But beyond that, having been in high school settings and middle school settings and coached, it bothers me. I'll tell you why. Take an average adolescent young lady who has heavy flow just 3 days a month. So 3 days a month times 10 months is 30 school days. Now that's not a month, that's actually 6 weeks of school time. When the youngsters do not come to school if they don't have sufficient products. It's not a case where they can plan for it, it's a case they can't afford it. And that's why they don't come. So if you look at it from grades 7 through 12, that's 180 days of time that those youngsters do not come to school. Well, it doesn't seem to me like that's a very good investment. If it was a teacher would get 15 days off a year for sick leave, but not 30. Most people in employment in an industry get what, 1.5 days a month, not 30. But this is not a sick piece. School is like work. We tell the students, this is work. It's your job to come to school, be prepared, da 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 da. Well, this is their work, and we tell the adolescents the same thing. So if you go back to that number of 30 days a year, even at $5 a pop, we're talking $300. Well, let's see, over the course of 6 years. And what's the average tax bill? In some schools, for per person, around 12 or 13, 14,000. The middle average rate, what, 16.9? And then some schools like Molten Borough, 32,000. Well, they probably don't have that problem. But when you look at those range of school districts, like a Keene, like a Manchester, like a Conway, and you take that, so that student has lost a whole year of schooling from 7 to 12, and for saving $500 versus wasting $17,000. That's a huge loss or wasted investment. Not to mention, particularly in the younger grades, when the student comes back to school, if she missed a key concept or a key lesson, that has to be retaught. That's another problem. So that bothers me. But the reality is that these young kids are at the bottom of the socioeconomic class. This is a case of the haves and the have-nots. This is basically a case of discrimination, where we clept the class. We wonder why when you look at all your statistics on academic achievement, the socioeconomic class at the bottom typically has the most difficult time. Well, it's more difficult if they're not there. So that's a concern to me, candidly. And that's exactly where that term period poverty came from. That these people, these youngsters, these women, adolescents are in poverty. Now, some of you around this table, even the men with the white shirts and ties on, may have got a phone call somewhere along the line if you had a daughter and said, geez, can you come to school and bring Sally a change of clothes because she had an accident? And you say, oh, yep, we'll rush right up. Or can you just take her home because she had an accident? Well, that's just my dog agreeing. That doesn't happen when you call a single parent who's in a lower socioeconomic class, who's working on a part-time job I can't come to school. I can't leave my job. I don't have a spare piece. We had enough money to start where you wouldn't be there. So that young lady sits in the nurse's office or sits in the assistant principal's office. So those things are kind of concerning to me. It just it does make me bothersome. And I would look at the 28A piece, and I understand it's a 28A, 28A, but we do have the one case of the city versus the city of Concord versus the state. And in that case, the court ruled, the New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled, where a local subdivision, in this case, had a responsibility for the subject matter, in this case, so some change in the scope of responsibility, including an increase in financial responsibility, does not result in a 28A violation. So I would suggest to you that if you really want to go out on that limb and use 28A, if we are using that concept, then the schools already provide, as some folks have said, some products for the nurse's office, some product perhaps for the phys ed teacher. So they already are providing it. So if you look at the intention of City of Concord versus the state, the New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled that when you expand that, it's not a 28A violation in that case. So I'm going to leave you with one story and one comment. The story was and I said this on the floor of the House last year. This is my first, 2 years ago, my first well speak. That's why it really bothers me. When I was coaching, I had a softball team of young women, only 10 kids. They weren't very good, probably could have been coached better. But we were doing okay. And we got to our first home game. And I look in the field, we're warming up, and I said to the girls, well, where's so-and-so? Where's our shortstop? And they said, well, Coach, she hasn't come to school today. I said, why not? She says, because all we have is white uniforms. It's her time of the month. She never comes to school during her time of the month. I mean, this is just it's not like an unusual thing. These kids know this. I mean, there's a clear stigma for girls. If we look at adolescent young women, and they're supposed to be building confidence and building their identity, and we do this, we say, oh no, but stay home or just, we don't have anything to help you, we can't help you. And I'll leave you with a couple of comments I heard this morning. One was from Representative Moffett. This is a chance to serve an underserviced population. That's exactly what it is. And I would also suggest you, every time we hear the good representative from Molten Borough speak, when he gets emotional about something that's passionate to him, he'll say to us, well, what about the human cost? What about the cost of kids, for crying out loud? And that's exactly what he says. And this is the cost of the kids. What about the cost of the kids, for crying out loud? Thank you, Representative Ladd.
Thank you. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Woodcock brings up a couple of good points. Some of these young girls with very, very heavy injuries probably need to make sure that there's not actually an underlying issue. Beyond that, once they've been checked out and they know that this isn't actually a health problem, they're not going to be well served by the same products that would be available for everybody in the bathroom. I'm sure that gentlemen representatives here don't really know the difference between the different products that are on the market. But if you had the products that would help these young girls with very heavy flows in the bathrooms, you'd be putting other girls' health at risk for toxic shock syndrome if you were offering that level of protection in a tampon. This is an area where if you have that individualized product available in the nurse's office, you can figure out what you need, and by being able to go to the nurse, you can get whatever high-intensity products you need. I know that this is being met. This was a way that was trying to address a problem. They're not going to take all of this away. This is a matter of making sure that if the basket runs out, nobody gets in trouble. Just making sure that this goes back to a common sense issue. And we also want to make sure that these girls can feel comfortable going to the nurse's office, and they don't have to wear something the color of my dress today in order to feel comfortable those days. Just because what's provided in the bathroom is inadequate for their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll confess right away that I have absolutely no expertise in this subject beyond the question of it being a 28A issue. And if this is an important issue for us as a policy body, then we need to be paying for it. Plain and simple. We need to write that check to the school districts. And I admittedly, I come from a small district But in doing the research on this bill in my district, based on the last bill that we passed 2 years ago, my district opted not to purchase any machinery for this. Instead, they dispatch periodically a school employee to the local food bank, where they have made a under-the-table deal with the food bank to take products from the food bank and send it to the school, which is a dubious connection at best. Again, I go back to, if this is important, we need to fund it. We heard some examples and the wording, like $180,000 to one of the large districts. Well, of course, in my district, it's nothing akin to that. But the $4,000 in my district was a deal breaker in the school budget. It's not a matter of not wanting these young women to have what they need. It's a matter of paying for it. And if we're going to take a stand and say it's important, then we need to make it important with our checkbook. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
very much. Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find this to be an embarrassment to remove this requirement, to act as if it will have no impact whatsoever, is a complete embarrassment. It ignores the fact that there are many students who cannot afford these products. It ignores the impact that my colleague, Representative Woodcock, mentioned in terms of repeated absences. You know, we already have in statute the requirement that an employer shall maintain reasonable and proper toilet facilities and reasonable sanitary and hygienic conditions for employees. So we have that in law for employers and employees, but we're not going to have that in law for students. I mean, I just find that amazing. And I'm going to be happy to go back to my constituents and remind them that my colleagues here now believe that the provision of toilet paper is no longer a necessity or required whatsoever, and that the school district can save money by eliminating that as well. So I'll be voting against this bill. Thank you.
Representative Lakis.
Yes, I just want to address various of the issues made. Representative Woodcock, that was a wonderful argument as to why we need to provide these. Every district has representatives. Every district has representatives who care about this. So I would love to see you go to your school district and convince them with those wonderful arguments that you had about why your school district should make sure and provide these things, that they should decide to do that and provide them. And there are numerous companies who will provide these. You can make arrangements, and some of the school districts have made arrangements to get supplies from them for free or for very inexpensive, for very little money, specifically because it's good advertising for these products. Because if girls use these, this particular brand in school, when they become adults and start buying their own, they will follow through with what they used there in the school. Some girls do not go to school during their period, and it has nothing to do with having or not having products. It may have to do with extreme cramps, etc. I certainly miss days because of that, even though I had products. And the other thing is white uniforms. I know plenty of girls who have problems with that during that time of month, even if they have products, because they don't always stay contained. I have certainly had to get clothing from the nurse's office, even though I had a product, because accidents happen. Sometimes you overflow. That's, you know, there are all these issues or things that women deal with and girls deal with. And I was a very shy person. I certainly did not want to go to the nurse. Fortunately, one of my friends volunteered to walk with me because I was hopelessly embarrassed. But I still see, I'm not saying we don't need this. I'm not saying, and I did not say we should not supply toilet paper. I'm saying that schools do supply toilet paper on their own decision. And so they can supply this on their own decision. And if we think a school should do that, we all have the ability to go to our school and convince them with wonderful arguments like Representative Woodcock had. Let's go to our districts. Let's say, yes, these should be supplied by the school district, but it doesn't mean the school district has to pay for it either. There are plenty of other ways for them to get it. My granddaughter, as part of a Girl Scout project, went to various local drugstores and asked to set up a box that asked people to buy these products and put them in the box, and then they could be distributed from there. And that was something she did on her own and collected quite a few feminine hygiene products to be given to girls in need at school.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes to many of the comments that have been made. One thing that we have not addressed to this point is the fact that the current statute has within it guidance for school districts to seek partnerships from nonprofit organizations, or it says a school district may seek grants or partner with a nonprofit or community-based organization to fulfill their obligation. So there is nothing that precludes school districts right now from seeking out assistance from nonprofit organizations to cover the costs of this without taking away the obligation that the district has to make sure that the product is provided. And the second thing is, I'm sure the governor's office heard all of these arguments prior to his signing this into law, but he chose to sign it into law anyhow. And then there was a great deal of positive feedback, both in the media and in the halls of the legislature, about what a wonderful thing this was to recognize people that were unable to provide their own product and to partner with the schools. So I would encourage people to vote against this bill and to not take away from a vulnerable population something that is essential to their well-being at school.
Thank you. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to address one issue, and that's the 28A issue. This is a bogus argument. The state underfunds many things here. Let's take state standards, for example. Let's take state funding to schools. Let's talk about cuts in budgets that have to then be picked up by local school districts. I don't hear anyone talking about a 28A issue when those come about. But now when we deal with this specific thing, we say, oh, it's a 28A issue. It's not an argument. There are greater issues that this state does not fund that are 28A issues. This clearly does not fall into that category.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I don't know if I heard Representative Lakis correctly or not, but toilet paper is not an option in schools. I know of no school where you have to bring your own toilet paper. So that was one issue. The other thing is with the 28A, since that seems to be the focus, is that the lawsuit that Representative Woodcock was talking about was actually over the state retirement responsibility. When the state, who had put the retirement system into order, suddenly decided it wasn't going to pay for it and downshifted that cost to the local schools, a tremendous increase in their taxes, local taxes. That was taken to court as a 28A issue, and that, with that tremendous financial increase, was ruled by the court as not a 28A issue. And it was ruled as not a 28A issue because it was part of the financial responsibility of the school. And if toilet paper is a financial responsibility of the school, and paper towels or some way to dry your hands is a responsibility of the school, and to actually have bathroom facilities in a school, then I think it's just, it's not a 28A issue to include feminine hygiene products as well. And I totally agree with Representative Allard that schools that are really hurting, you know, this is the school funding issue. Schools that are really hurting, like his school, like Newport, my district, like Claremont, you know, $4,000 is a big deal. And we really need to solve the school funding issue so we're not fighting over menstrual products as breaking the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think what Representative Tanner and others have said is really important with particularly with respect to 28A. Representative Tanner is absolutely right. You can't just sort of pick and choose how you want to use it because the Supreme Court's already told us how we use it, and the Supreme Court's on the record in the New Hampshire retirement system case of those downshifts to our school districts. That has to be something more than merely a financial obligation, and I'd say the 35% downshift, which represents something in the amount of $40–50 million a year statewide to school districts, is more than merely a financial obligation. But in fact, the court said that that's merely a financial obligation. And it said that, that the state action must impose some, and I'm reading from the decision, some substantive change to the underlying function, duty, or activity performed or to be performed by local government. And clearly we're providing sanitary type products at the school districts in a lot of different ways. So 28A just clearly doesn't apply. You can't pick and choose. But I think the bigger point that Linda was making and others is that how we fund our schools is also at you know, is also part of this, and where we're starving our schools in terms of financial support to a point where they need to roll back things like providing hygiene products. I think is just a really sort of pathetic state of affairs. But finally, Mr. Chair, I just want to I want to sort of put out a practical issue also with respect to school funding and period poverty. I believe it was either on this bill or a related bill that we heard that some girls miss as many as 40 days out of 180 days of school every year. And for anybody who you know thinks how important it is to go to school, I mean, you know, time is the currency of public education. So missing 40 days is a crime right there, and we can stop it. But more importantly, those 40 days also represent, it's about 22% of the school year. That's also 22% of one full-time equivalent towards an ADMA. And every ADMA, we know through the school funding formula, is helps bring in the base of $3,700 plus differentiated aid. And altogether, you know, on average, it may be about $5,000. So 22% of that is $1,000. So from a practical standpoint, not only can we help close the opportunity gap for students that come from low-income families that can't afford these products, we can provide them what they need so that they can attend the full 180 days, or certainly not miss 40 of it associated with their time of the month. But also the school district will receive an additional $1,000 at least from the state adequacy grant. So all in all, I think this is a plus for kids. It's a plus for school funding, and it's a plus for all of us, you know, in the state to to have our kids receive a quality educational outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we've been debating now for about 45 minutes on this bill. And what I'm going to allow is that Representative Woodcock, you have your hand up, and Representative Lightfoot, you have yours. Both of you have spoken before. So go ahead and speak now, but I'd like to close this down shortly thereafter.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. I just want to rectify a couple of things. First off, I want to thank the good representative from Pittsfield. I don't know how many others of you around the board on Zoom and or at the room actually called or went to your public schools and asked how the program was working. So I appreciate the Representative Allard took the initiative to do that. And the creativity of his town using the food bank, terrific. And I understand the lack of funding of small schools. And there was a thought maybe we should go to our schools and advocate for this on a regular basis. I'm happy to say that Conway and SAU 9 was ahead of the game before this bill even came to the House 2 years ago. And we've been doing that because we've had the need and the awareness. We've never had any problems with things being stolen, tipped over, or used inappropriately. So I just want to clarify those things and ask yourself, if you're a legislator, did you even bother calling your school and see how many kids actually taking advantage of this and actually are in school because of this? And I'd reiterate the one thing I started with, 30 days a year times 6 years is 180 days of school these youngsters miss, not counting reteaching. This is a case of haves and have-nots. It's a perfect time to help to keep students in school and help education. And I appreciate the second opportunity, Representative Ladd, to speak. Thank you.
Representative Lincoln.
Yes, regarding 28A, if the schools, which they don't, if the state, which it doesn't, required schools to provide toilet paper and paper towels in the bathrooms, this would not be a 28A violation to extend it. But we don't require that, schools provide it. And that's all I'm saying is schools can provide this. I'm not saying don't provide those things, or schools don't have to. I'm saying schools choose to, and schools can choose to provide this. So that's number one, why it is a 28A violation, because we don't mandate those things. So it is a new thing that we are mandating that we did not mandate before. But the other point that I want to make is everybody's talking about the money and how much it costs. And Rep. Allard did, and I went and talked to my school district because I was curious how it happened. But Rep. Allard was talking about the things that his school did. The thing is, this original bill did not provide any money. So it's not like, oh, well, now we're going to have, if we take this away, we won't have this money or whatever. We don't have it now. The money was never provided to begin with. So all we're saying is we're making the schools spend money. We're not giving them any money for it. So let's let them make their own choice and figure out how they're going to do it. Like Rep. Allard's district did. I think that was a wonderful solution they came to. It's perfectly allowable and reasonable, and they can continue to do it whether or not they're mandated to. And if you think your school district will decide not to do it, go convince them to do it. And if you think your school district doesn't have money, give the example of Rep. Allard and his district and what they did, and encourage the school to continue providing these things. But we shouldn't be mandating it. That's all this is about. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table for ought to pass on HB 458. And I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Ought to pass on HB 458. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Bones.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffitt.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
Absolutely not.
Representative Ellison,
I'm proud to vote no on this.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lay,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No, some should be ashamed.
Yes.
11-9.
Be ashamed.
You guys gonna do a press release on this? You
Representative,
guys should do a press release on this.
Let's stay on topic here, please, and
Representative Woodcock will do the minority report.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that, Representative Milo. Thank you. And maybe I do a photo op of the governor.
Go for it.
Okay, we now have in front of us HB 276, menstrual hygiene products. Representative Hobson, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to retain that bill, please.
Okay, and Representative Louise, are you up there? Yes,
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
thank you very much. So we have a motion on the table to retain HB 276 made by Representative Hobson and second by Representative Andrus. Representative Hobson, do you want to speak to your motion, please?
Sure, just very quickly, with the passage of HB 58, we thought this bill was due today.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Andrus, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I concur with the Deb on this.
Thank you. It's open to discussion now. Representative Woodcock.
I'm not gonna start all over again as beating a dead horse or a pony around here somewhere. But my question is, if we have 276 and 458 just passed 11-9, why would we retain 276, which is almost a duplication bill? One's bad and one's worse. Why would we retain a duplication bill? Why don't we just ITL it?
Sir, further discussion.
I mean, that's a question, Representative Ladd. I'm trying to find out, as chair, why would we take a duplication bill?
I don't see anybody putting their
I
hand
can
up.
put my hand up.
Representative Likas.
They are different. This one says the state provides the money. A number of people said if we thought this was valuable, we should have the state provide the money. And basically, we want to see what the House in general thinks about this whole thing. If they say, yeah, we should just get rid of it, cool. If they say, no, we shouldn't just get rid of it, then this allows us to still, instead of just not being able to bring this up at all, we have this retained to say, okay, you don't want to get rid of it, do you want to do this instead? And that's why.
Makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Good and glad it made no sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for addressing me so quickly. A question about how a district would go about seeking reimbursement. I mean, is there a process in place, or would a new process have to be created?
Sorry, I don't have that.
I have a.
Representative Likas.
Yeah, that probably would need to be all the more reason to retain it so we can figure that out if we need to.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
I'm just wondering, does this apply to toilet paper now that we know that schools aren't required to supply toilet paper?
The bill doesn't speak to toilet paper at all, so that's not what we're discussing now. Further discussion.
Could be an amendment.
Okay, we have a motion on the table for retaining this bill. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Sure will. Once I get my little one. Okay. This is a ought to pass, no, I thought a retention of House Bill 276. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Bone,
Yes.
Representative Aller,
Yes.
Representative Lakis,
Yes,
Representative Moffett,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative Andrus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Sodi,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Luno,
No,
Representative Shaw, no. Representative Cornell,
No,
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Mullen,
No.
Representative Lake,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Ladd,
Yes.
9.
11-9. The bill is retained. Person Hobson, you'll be writing the, or, no, no, you don't have to.
Oh,
15 bill.
thank you.
Okay, keep going in the order. We did jump over four. Let's take care of that. That was the first one. Representative Luna was not here when we were going to do that, so he is back. This is for the commission school funding.
Wait.
464.
I need it when it's voting.
thank you, Representative Ladd. Are you recognizing me for something?
Oh, I was just saying that we were going to do this bill prior to you getting back after the
No,
letter.
thanks. I was letting Ozzy out. Yeah.
That's important.
Let me pull up the, did everybody receive the amendment?
Yes, the amendment is 0841H. And what I will do is I'll hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli, and I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll recognize the chairman for a motion on House Bill 464.
Okay, relative to 464, I offer the, I recommend not to pass, but with this amendment, the amendment is 0841. It's made by myself and Representative Luno. The commission, or the amendment simply says it's relative to the school study funding commission that shall repeal upon the passage of this bill. Is there a second? Or excuse me.
That's right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Lugo seconds. Representative Ladd, if you'd like to comment further on the.
Yeah, I'll do it very briefly, but I don't want to take a lot of time up in this one. But the commission study report was issued prior, on or before January 10, 2020. The initial report was submitted earlier than that. And then the current legislation indicated that the subsequent recommendation would be issued report. That has been done by January 10th. So at this point in time, the final report has been issued. And we've seen in the past where some of the commissions just keep going on and on and on forever. But the commission has done its job and it's made its recommendations. So this amendment simply states that the commission will cease pending passage of this bill.
Thank you. Representative Luno, comment?
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I think Representative Ladd got that pretty much. We were both members of the commission during its active period in researching and developing the reports. The report's been filed. There's certainly a lot more work to do when it comes to school funding, but I think it moves beyond the commission at this point, or has moved beyond the commission at this point into the legislative branch, executive branch, and obviously advocates too. So commission members, I'm sure, will continue to be vocal in their positions one way or the other when it comes to the findings or particularly recommendations. But I think as far as procedural course goes, this makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Representative, further discussion? I did not see any. So, Madam Clerk, would you like that on the roll?
On the amendment.
On the amendment. On the amendment, yes.
What is the amendment number?
0841.
0841. Okay, this is law to pass on amendment
Yes.
0841 to House Bill 464. Am I correct?
Yes. Yep.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Bone.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Cody.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes,
Tanner Muller. Sorry,
whoever you are.
I know. I'm gonna swallow this before long. Representative Blake.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Lab.
Yes.
So that's 19-1 on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Place this on consent?
Well, we're not going to, no, I gotta make a motion here to approve the bill as amended with this bill, with this amendment, which is 0841H. And then, and is there a second? Or excuse me, go ahead.
Is there a second, Representative Luna? You want to second this as well?
Second, yeah.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Is it 4818 or 8418?
84.
Thank you. Okay, you reversed your numbers.
So,
Man's on my revenge.
if you could take a roll on the pass as amended?
I have to pass as amended on whatever bill we're talking about.
464.
I'm sorry, I'm getting punchy. Stop. Straighten up. Representative Cordelli.
Yeah.
Representative Bone.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Andrus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Shaw, yes. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes,
Representative Lay.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
18-2.
That okay with consent, or does anyone have an objection to consent?
Yes.
Okay. So the minority report?
No. Rick, who's going to do the majority report on this, or the?
I will.
Did you move them both?
Yes, yes. I made the motion on, and they will make a motion on second for both.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. There are two bills left for today. HB 202, school lunch program. Okay, and I'd like to call Reps Lakis for a motion.
Yes, I would like to move to ITL HB 202.
Reps Hobson.
I will second.
So we have a motion for ITL on 202 made by Representative Lakis and second by Representative Hobson. Representative Lakis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, this bill sounded wonderful. I thought it was a great idea. I was planning on voting for it. And then when we had public testimony, which is the reason we have public testimony, is that I then learned that it was unnecessary because it was already being done, that were already RSAs covering this, and that this is, since it's already being done and whatever, then we don't actually need this bill. I don't remember what the RSAs were, and I didn't write them down, unfortunately, for what covers this, but having been told that, there's no reason for us to do this one. Thank you.
Would the second like to speak to the bill at all?
No, thank you. Just that we heard in testimony that it was not needed, so I just add that to my support of Alicia's testimony.
Thank you. Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll speak to this briefly. Yes, we did hear testimony from Sherry White at the Department of Education. It's RSA 18911A. And while it is true that we do have a meals program that is in place for elementary schools, it does not extend to middle and high school. So the initial part of the bill, which basically is that we will provide free meals to any student at school who is hungry, who lacks the capacity to either clear their deficit balance or pay for a meal with cash. That is the spirit of the law, but that law does not apply to older children. And I would venture a guess that our high school age kids are equally as hungry, if not more, than their elementary counterparts. So I would ask you to reconsider that aspect of us already doing things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last session, we passed this when it was House Bill 1127. It went to the House and we passed it by a voice vote. And it's one of the bills that died along with COVID when we had too many bills. And it had other things, it does have other things in it, like not stigmatizing the child by handing him a note in front of everybody to bring home, or, you know, offering them a lunch that's different than everybody else's. Like I can remember way back when I worked at Parkside, they would be given a yogurt when everybody else was being given a full meal. So I think this bill is necessary.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. Who pays for this? Is it 28A?
It is, we shouldn't vote for it.
I don't know, I'm just asking because it's something we're currently doing and trying to provide to all people in need. It seemed to me like other bills we may have had today.
Yes, Representative Hobson.
I believe that Sherry White indicated that that was not happening currently. She said that all students were getting the same lunches. So, and I don't see any provision in the bill that other than it, the stigmatization, that's the only thing that I think we have to. It doesn't say anything about a particular age group in the bill. unless I'm mistaken, maybe Representative Mullen can point me in that direction, but it just talks about the child. And the school board makes the decision. So I'm happy to listen to the debate on this, but I just don't see it with the way that Rep. Mullen did, so.
Can you give me I apparently wrote down the wrong RSA. Can you give me the RSA again, Rep. Mullen?
Yes, it's, I'm looking at 189, 11A.
Okay.
But it's going to take me a while to dig out the comment that I was referencing.
And that's also in Education Rules 306.11, Food and Nutrition Services. It deals with requiring that each school makes a meal available during school hours to every student under the jurisdiction. In accordance with that RSA that was just quoted, Roman 1 and through Roman 2. It's also my understanding that during this period of COVID, this has created a financial issue with schools where all students have been receiving meals at no cost. And that's impacting programs which we generate funding for the students that do qualify based upon poverty. And there's going to have to be some special assistance done for schools that are in this category, so the funding will not stop there. So Representative Mullen, your hand is still up.
It is, it's newly up. In the handout that Ms. White sent to us, the section that is titled Considerations for Creating Meal Charging Policies Standard Practice, number 3, according to FNS Instructions Revision 2, at the very least, the alternate meal must always be offered to pre-primary and any child who has not entered the first grade, and to young primary elementary students, or for any handicapped or disabled students. The meal offered must conform to special dietary needs if applicable. It does not mention middle school or high school students in that section. It applies to pre-primary and elementary schools. That's the alternate meal.
Further discussion? Not seeing any.
I'm still not seeing, in reading all of 189.11A, I'm still not seeing anything. I'm still not finding anything that says that it doesn't apply to all students in all schools.
Page 2 of the Department of Education technical advisory that Sherry White sent to us, page 2, under the heading Considerations for Creating Meal Charging Policies, number 3. So I'm looking at the document that she sent us.
Part of the original law, is that what you're saying?
It's the interpretation that the Department of Ed sent to us.
It's technical protocols.
Okay.
Do you have, Representative Mullen, do you have 189:11-P, Roman 1 through Roman 2 in front of you right now?
I do not.
Because I just wondered, because in the education rules, it says exactly, it says, shall make a meal available during school hours to every student under its jurisdiction. So the school has to provide to every student under its jurisdiction. I'm just asking, does that apply just not to elementary schools, but middle schools, junior high schools, high schools?
Okay, so noted.
Yeah, so I know maybe we need to figure that one out here.
clarification of who?
Mr. Chair, can I make a point of order for a minute?
But you're willing.
The other years that I've served on the Education Committee, we've received this booklet, okay? Booklet on New Hampshire education laws annotated. Since Representative Mullen's been on the Education Committee, we haven't been provided with that book. And it makes a huge difference when you're talking about the issues that we're talking about right now, to be able to have that book available and look it up. I'm looking it up from the 2018-19 edition. I don't think there's been a whole lot of change since then, but I think that should be made available to our committee members. Thank you.
In response to that, as you recall at the beginning, when we started this, we were told by the Department of Education, they're going to bring a thumb drive with the statutes on that for each person. We have not received it as of this point. And of course, you can access all these statutes if you go to the general court website and look underneath state laws, you browse or search.
Yep.
And
It's not annotated though. And the annotations make a big deal of difference on some of the bills. And it's not in paper. Some of us old folks need paper stuff. And you can see that Representative Mullen has spent money to run things off. And it's getting a little pricey at this point.
Okay, so we're told it's coming, so.
Is that an unfunded mandate?
Representative Leon, do you have a question?
I actually have, I do have a question. So I appreciate that book. However, that RSA that we've been quoted, the 18911A, has been updated in 2019. And the advisory that we were sent was actually issued November 15th, 2016. So the statute that's referenced is actually more current than the advisory under Dr. Bailey.
Thank you. Representative Shaw?
What she read from that, I know exactly what Representative Mullen has in her hands, because it was sent to all of us from Sherry. I didn't print it out, but that clearly does not state high school or middle school. And I think that is the key to this, is that it's not stated in law. Elementary, yeah, there's no problem in the elementary school. But junior, I subbed in the middle school for 4 years. And I was handing out dollar bills like crazy because I saw kids sitting there with nothing in front of them. Aren't you hungry? I don't have a meal card, or I lost my meal card, or that. And I know what it's like. I have 4 of them that age level right now. And they're lucky they know where their pants are in the morning. So it's very important that those kids get taken care of too, and the high school kids. Poverty doesn't stop when you get into middle school. And I think that this would be a good bill to pass. I don't agree with the IPO. I think it's important that anything that we can get in the hands of kids today is a good thing. And I think that because that's not clearly understood by the Department of Ed, I think that means that we need to have something from us in writing. Thank you.
Representative Leon.
I would like to point out again that is the same thing that I pulled up in my email that we're referring to. That was from November 15th of 2016. The statutes have been updated since then.
Does it say high school and middle school?
It says all students.
It says each school. Each school is what's currently in the law. Doesn't say anything about grades at all. So that 2016 one is out of date. This got updated in 2019 and it says each school.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I'm just going to respond to that because I feel like this is the dialogue that I'm in. I don't feel confident, Representative Leon and Representative Lekes, I hear what you're saying, that it says that the statute was updated in 2019. I just don't know what part of the statute was updated in 2019. I don't I mean, I don't know that you know that either. I understand the date is on the RSA, but this is a technical advisory document that came from the Department of Education. So this is what they're using to go by in making their decisions. And I also, you know, I'm not looking to make this into a huge issue. I just feel that rather than ITLing this, we ought to be looking at whether or not there's merit in retaining it or passing it.
Can I read section 8 of the current law? There's a school lunch meal payment policy which is implemented by a school board either before or after the effective date of this section shall ensure that all students have access to a healthy school lunch, that the school district will make every reasonable effort to inform parents of the policy, and that no student will be subject to different treatment from the standard school lunch meal or school's cafeteria procedures. The Department of Education or the State Board of Education, upon request of the local school board, may provide communication assistance to school districts and parents of school children regarding the school lunch meal payment policy. Basically, that says what this was trying to do. It's already been done. That's current law.
Okay, so that, could I respond to that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Representative Fleckus, if that change has been made and it's not reflected in the technical advisory from the DOE, then obviously we need to look at where the disconnect is in that. In addition to that, there's a section of the bill that deals with communication between the food services program and the family. That indicates that only the parents or guardians will be in conversation about insufficient funds, or it's section C, Roman 9, line 8, Roman 9, section C.
Right. But this, I mean, in that it says the school district will make every reasonable effort to inform parents. Right? It doesn't say inform students. It says to inform parents.
Mr. Chairman.
The DOE must help. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
People here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to say what the current law is because I have it right in front of me.
Representative Lay, you have a question?
Yeah. Do we have anybody from the Department of Ed listening in today? I mean, it's common practice to ask for advice, at least on other committees that I've been on, from the administrative side of things, if they have anything to say that perhaps could clarify this situation here, since there seems to be a discrepancy potentially between statute and the department's administrative guidelines.
Yes, we do have Attorney Fenton on here on board. We can have her, and perhaps if she need be, we can get somebody that's working with the nutrition program there at DOE to get involved in this too. So I feel uncomfortable passing anything where there's this disconnect where an advisory says one thing, statute means something different. What are we dealing with here? So that needs some resolution. Is Diane there?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Fenton.
Good afternoon. So I've been looking at 18911A and the technical advisory. I was texting with Sherry White. She does believe that the law is applicable to all the grades, but because the DOE issued a technical advisory that states something contrary to that, I'm hesitant to stand behind that. We need to correct that TA if that's the guidance we're actually putting out. So I would request some time to have Sherry White actually address that inquiry. But from my reading of 18911A and the amendment that was passed, I think it is applicable to all ages. But I understand where Rep Mullins' question comes from, and I think it's worth taking the time to make sure that the DOE can properly address that. And I'm just not the person to really be able to address that. I would defer to Sherry White. So let me just see if she can hop on. You give me just 2 seconds. I'm going to ask Sherry White to hop on the discussion.
I think where I'm gonna go with this right now is that we need to have specific clarification from the department. I don't want guesswork over there. I want things to be solid. I want to see it in print. So I'm not going to go any further with this bill today. We're going to stop right there, recess this bill till the Tuesday of next week, when we will have more information back. I know when Diana gets back, I'll let her know that. But I think there's just too much acrimony, and not acrimony, but there's just a disconnect between what we've been given in that advisory and what we see in statute. And this legislature wants to know exactly what's going on. So that's my recommendation. Well, I like that Diana said she's coming back, but we'll explain it to her as well when she gets back at her desk.
Chairman Ladd, should I move her out of our discussion?
No, if she's coming back, I don't want to just say you're gone, Diana, and she comes back. And,
okay.
I don't want anybody there having to reach out and make a judgment based upon who knows what. Let's get this done right.
Do I need to recall the motion so that we can recess since there's a motion on the table?
No, you don't have to do that.
Okay.
You can do it if you so desire.
No, I may next week, but depending upon what we find out, but I don't want to now.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Sherry White will be joining you shortly.
Diane, were you there when I just spoke to the committee?
I would.
What I'm going to do is that I'm not going to take any further action on this bill today. And most likely we will discuss this then one week from today on the following Tuesday, when we can get more specific information from you and from the department regarding the nutrition program as to where we are with that advisory, where we are with statute. And basically, there are 3 items in that bill right now, which I'm concerned with, under Roman numerals 9, A, B, and C. The stigmatizing of students that, offering them something different or dealing with, and then the prohibiting of a child who cannot pay for a meal from doing any work. That's obviously to me not a practice that schools should be doing at all. And I'd like to know if there's anything that's mentioned to that, either in rule or in statute or in federal advisory. And then 3, that communications that are going home, yes, they can be given to a student, but they're not going to be communicated to the student to then verbalize them and send home that way through the student. That's not really a great idea. So there's some great points there in that bill. I've just always been, as a school principal, under the assumption that those things were in place and we were doing those things. But I don't know if that's the case throughout New Hampshire. Okay. We have another bill dealing with school lunch, and I prefer not to take that up until we get some clarification on this bill. So what I'm going to do, because I did communicate these 5 bills to Representative Myler at the lunch break. We did 3 of them. We have 2 to do here, plus a few others still. So I'm not going to go forward with any other bills today. We have a couple members here that have to be out of here to pick up kids out of school by 2:30. We're closing in on that hour. So are there any more communications or suggestions from the committee as a whole? Everybody calling it today?
All right, good.
Okay, thank you very much for help. So I wish everybody a good afternoon, and we'll see some of you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And everybody hopefully help advise on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Healthy lunch, not healthy. Well. Kelsey'd be great.